Greetings and salutations, my MGTOW brethren. This is the MGTOW Cowboy. I had a very good day today, and I tried to make a MGTOW video a couple minutes ago, and I somehow ruined it. I lost the whole thing. But that's okay, because maybe that was just practice for this run. Today, I wanted to offer a commentary video on one of my favorite MGTOW themed interviews. This interview, which I'm going to comment on periodically, is a really old interview. It is an interview between Tom Leykis and Kay Hymowitz. I don't know exactly when the interview occurred. I think it was like almost 20 years ago. I'm not actually sure. What I do know is Tom Leykis, and by the way, in case you guys don't know, Tom Leykis is he is like the consummate American manosphere MGTOW guy. He was one of the first. He was basically MGTOW or pushing MGTOW themed ideas before MGTOW was even a term. And he's classic. I think he had like the #1 rated talk show in Southern California for almost 10 years. And I think it was starting in the late 80s and it continued into the mid to late 90s. I'm not sure. You can look it up. But anyway, yeah, this is, I've listened to this interview probably at least like 10 times since graduating university. So, and now that I'm well armed, now that I'm well informed on MGTOW topics, and I know how to debate, or I know how to logically think through what's going on, what I have found is when you listen to this woman, when you listen to the debate between Kay Hymowitz and Tom Leykis, what you notice is Kay Hymowitz essentially is constantly lying. She's constantly using, well, you'll see, I'll show you. I'll go point by point. She's going to be using manipulation. She's going to be using shaming tactics, outright lies, or just any and all. They're almost all forms of deception when you think about it. All this manipulation and stuff that women use. So, okay, without further ado, I'm going to start the video. Oh, another thing too is I'm probably going to make 2 or 3. I'm probably going to make a part 2, maybe even a part 3. The whole conversation or the whole interview is like an hour and 20 minutes. I don't think I'm going to, I'm not going to make it that long, but I'm going to take, special segments that I really like, and I'm going to add commentary to them. All right, here we go.
We are devoting our entire program to an article that I read, and many of you sent this in, by the way. Many of you sent it to us, called Child Ban in the Promised Land by Kay Hymowitz. She's the editor of City Journal. And by the way, Kay, where is City Journal located? What is it?
City Journal is a publication of the Manhattan Institute, which is a public policy think tank in New York City. And by the way, I'm not the editor. I'm a contributing editor, slightly different.
Okay.
Okay, the first comment I want to make is it's important to know your enemy, so to speak. So who is this woman? Kay Hymowitz. I'm sorry, what's her last name again? Hymowitz. Okay, that should tell you something right there. And where is she from? Oh, she's from New York City. Okay, that's not like a bastion of leftism, is it? No, not at all. Yes, of course it is. And then I'm sorry, what's going on? The Manhattan Institute? What? A think tank? What? Policy? So these people are interested in passing laws and affecting public policy. That basically means passing laws that affect your life. Okay, so this is who this woman is. Basically I don't know, just a leftist, bagel bitch, East Coast, wannabe elitist. Great. Moving on.
As I've told you, with the various edits that are done on your piece,
yeah.
I don't know if you've seen them all. Various things get cut out or truncated, and so you never know if you're getting the whole piece or all the information. Very nice. All right, this piece, for people who haven't seen it, you can go to our website, blowmeuptom.com, and we link right through to the City Journal website, and you can read it for yourself if you like.
Oh, shit. Okay. That wasn't supposed to happen. Hold on, guys. Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. Mm-hmm. Okay. Messages. Okay.
It talks about people who are a lot like the people who listen to this show. And so the question becomes this. You talk in this piece about men being perpetual adolescents and not growing up, as you put it. But if guys want to live a life of playing basketball and video games and hanging out with their buddies and having a few drinks, if they're responsible enough to show up at work every day and pay their bills and not impregnate others, what's wrong with that?
Well, there are a couple of answers I would give that. One is, what happens if we have lots of guys doing that, lots of very smart, lovely, talented guys who are doing that.
Okay. What would happen if a lot of men did that? Well, she's basically, or Tom Likas is basically describing the MGTOW community. All these men, some of them young, some of them old. Most of us work. We pay into the city coffers, or we pay our tax. We contribute taxes. We work. We have assets. Some of us are very wealthy. What would happen if the best men, dare I say, MGTOW are the best men, but the most enlightened men who work, men who are productive, what if they stop marrying women? Uh-oh. Kay Heinwood's got a big problem now. Let's hear what else she has to say.
That's a lot of people who are not helping to create the next generation, caring for the next generation. I just think of adulthood this way. It's not just that you become a self-sufficient working.
Oh, okay. So here she comes again. She gets to define my adulthood for me. You know what? At this point, I would like to make a quick shout out to eMan67. Eman, I totally like your work. I totally respect your work. I'm reminded that Eman67 often reiterates the theme that you should not let women define for you what it means to be a man, and that you should be able to define your own manhood. Notice how well you will notice that this woman essentially uses that as as a manipulation tactic. It's I guess you could say it amounts to a shaming tactic, right? Like the name of her article is called "Child Man in the Promised Land." A child man? Why does she get to define what a man is? And if we don't live up to her expectations, she's going to call us a child? No, that's unacceptable. And it's just a shaming tactic. It's a form of manipulation, which is a form of deception. And deception is a lie. So again, this woman's lying. This woman's going to be lying through her teeth through the whole thing. All right, continuing on.
Person who can, buy their own home or at least provide shelter and food and that sort of thing. But that you're also taking an interest in the future of your society and thinking about, what contribution you can make. Now, the vast majority of people decide that contribution is going to be through children. Some people don't do it that way, but they are thinking about what it is that they want to give back to, especially in our case, I think, to a society that's been very, very good to many of us.
Now, I have said on this program, and I'm going to completely be straight with you and not, because I really want to take this very seriously, because our show uses a lot of irony, a lot of sarcasm, and
frankly, I can do that too, Tom.
No, I understand that, and frankly, if we do it right, it's generally pretty crude, because you know what kind of stuff guys like. You know that from the piece you wrote. So, but I'm going to be straight with you. When I talk to the guys on the radio about marriage, I say that marriage is for the poor and dumb. They're going to continue to crank out Xerox copies of themselves, that there'll be plenty of children in the future. Why should someone who's intelligent, has money, has potential, has a career, why should they spend their resources on something like that?
The best way to spend your resources is on giving yourself pleasure.
All right, let me stop it right there. Yes, of course, that's his idea. Definitely. What you're going to find is her idea is to make sure that the men spend the time and the resources and the money on women. Okay, so she's very soon. It's not going to take long. She's gonna start talking about how, things that men should be doing for women. All right, continuing on.
Absolutely, and why not?
Well, I'm not saying that one shouldn't spend some money on giving themselves pleasure, but is that, what are you leaving behind? What kind of life are you defining for yourself? What kind of meaning are you defining for yourself? You're saying that's enough for you. You're saying that
That's enough for a
life
lot.
as you wanna live
That's
it.
enough for a lot of guys.
Huh?
That's enough for a lot of guys.
It may be for a lot of guys. I actually don't believe that it's that enough for most guys.
It was enough that you had to write this piece. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that this is.
Most of the child men will marry, and I said that at the end. Most of them will marry. And
Okay, I'm going to end it here, and I'm going to make a part 2 for sure. I do want to attack or tear apart her last argument. No, increasingly men are not marrying anymore. Remember that this interview is, I think it's at least 15 years old. Okay, the marriage rate has dropped precipitously since then. All right, guys, I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to make a second one pretty soon. All right, bye now. All right. Again, salutations, my MGTOW brethren. This is part 2 of Tom Leykis versus Kay Hymowitz. Here we go.
That's enough for a lot of guys.
Oh, no.
I don't know. We'll see.
That's enough for a lot of guys.
Ah, crap. Technical difficulties. Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm trying to replay this interview between Tom Leykis and this nasty ass feminist. What's her name? Hymowitz, Kay Hymowitz. But yeah, that was to start the program. I eventually want to get some people to call in, of course. We'll see if I can get that going. All right. Please do excuse the technical difficulties. Let me try to, I think I'm going to jump out and then jump back in. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Am I still coming in, guys? Can you hear me? Is the audio okay? Lisa Smith. If lots of men do that, fewer cats would be homeless. In the land of Aussie. Mm-hmm. Fabian Farina. All right. So it looks like I'm having some freaking technological issues here. All right, so what's up, everyone? I'll try to get this going again, but I guess I don't know. It's not working out for me right now. Maybe I'll try to do it again. Anyway, yeah. So what's up? What are you guys up to? I put out the link. Feel free to call in.
All right. Again, salutations, my MGTOW brethren.
Let me know how you're all doing.
This is part 2 of Tom Likas versus Kay Heimowitz. Here we go.
Uh-oh. I didn't even want this to play right now. What's going on? Okay, there we go. Part 2. Okay. I guess I'll start by going through these comments. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Yeah. All right. Let me start with this comment. Okay. MGTOW Maddie. He says, "Hey, you mob!" Exclamation point. Hey, what's up, MGTOW Maddie, man? Great to have you in, man. You're A number 1, dude. It's always good to see you. I hope everything's going well down in Australia, although I hear it's not, which is very sad. Kwai Chang Kane. Yeah, what's up? Hey, cowboy. What's up, Kwai? Kwai, I didn't know that you had married a Polish woman. Polish women are pretty hot. Am I right? They're hot. They are hot to trot. But you know, they're like most women. They're deadly. So I remember that comment that you had left. You had mentioned something like your first wife was Polish. I had no idea. Was she also Polish in the divorce court, or was she American? That's a joke. All right, moving on. Will Cruz. Will Cruz writes, "Good evening, gents." What's up, Will? Good to see you. Will, I did want to interview you. I know that you and I had spoken about me interviewing you. If you're interested, there's a link. I don't know if you're very technologically inclined. I'm not very tech savvy. I barely know what I'm doing. But if you want to call in, feel free. MGTOW Maddie, I would say TL was very red-pilled. I don't know who TL is. But he was still married 3 times and chased chicks pretty hard like a PUA. I don't know who that is. Red Pill Daniels. Hello, MGTOW Cowboy. Hello, Red Pill Daniels. What's up, man? Let's see. Can you guys hear me okay? Oh, yeah. I'll be asking that periodically. I'm always like self-conscious about like this phone and this connection. I just went to go see my dad. I haven't seen my dad in like a year. Him and I just had dinner, a late dinner. He showed me his new phone. All these people got these new phones. He's got like a $500 phone. It's got like 3 cameras on it. It really, it's not a phone anymore. It's a device. And I'm just, I'm banging out this like old camera. It's just straight up like a burner phone. It is a smartphone, but I don't consider it on the level as like the best stuff they got. I just got this thing at Walmart. It was like $89 with taxes. I think it was $100 exactly. So that should give you an idea of like the piece of crap that I'm working with. I think I'm gonna pop for a better phone because I do want to have streams and such. I'm sure you guys all have good phones. Red Pill Daniels, yes. Tom Addy, sounds good. Good. Sound is about 9 out of 10. All right. I see Scotty Side is in. That's great. What's up, Scotty Side? Will Cruz says, "Hey, Scotty." Kwai Chang King, Lisa Smith. Yeah, what's up, Lisa Smith? You're a bleed over from Rad, right? Rebel Against Defeat. What's up? Nice to have you. What's up, my brothers? Oh, looks like I have a guest in here. Yeah, that's what I need. Oh, wow. All right, let's see if I can get this guy in. Jarrell Kemp. Let's see. Oh, no, wait. Okay, I guess he's gone. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, if you guys want to call in, anyone feel free to call in. I do like talking, of course, but it is so much more rich. It's so much more entertaining when there's more than one person. Okay, Sky Side. Let's see. MGTOW Maddie. MGTOW Maddie says, "Sweating my ring off. 30 and 90% humidity. That sucks." All right. Let's see if I can get this person. OST Factory. I'm adding you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's hope that worked. Okay, is this OST Factory?
Yes, it is. Hey, Cowboy, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, is anyone there?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Hopefully, Hopefully my phone connects us very well.
All right. Perfect.
Although there does seem to be a lag now. Okay, can you hear me right now?
I can, although I guess there is a bit of lag on your side.
There does seem to be a little bit of a lag. I'll tell you what, I want you to take it away. Can you kindly introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I'm OST Factory from India, and I'm not sure how much I can say, but okay. By the way, Cowboy, I love this format. I love this Red Pill interview thing that you're doing. And yeah, so up until now, I was lurking in the shadows, watching your videos, watching other MGTOW content. But ever since that Jesse Lee Peterson thing happened, I said to myself, I have to get on the one of the interviews and get a few things out of my chest, So if you can remember, I even sent you a message on one of your videos. I believe the Jesse Lee Peterson video itself, that when is the next interview. So yeah. So by the way, love the format. You're doing a great job. You there, Cowboy?
Well, thank you. Well, thank you. Would you kindly can you kindly introduce yourself? Tell us your name, where you're from, what brought you to the red pill? Do you have any red pill experiences? Any past experiences with feminists? False accusations? A divorce? Anything like that?
None of that, but I do have some experiences. Okay, but before I go ahead with that, can I say a little bit about the Jesse Lee Peterson thing? Hello? Cowboy, you there? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can, although I guess there is some kind of lag. I said, can I talk a little about the Jesse Lee Peterson thing before I go ahead with the MGTOW stuff?
Yeah, sure. No. Please take your time. Please take your time.
All right. Okay, so yeah, I saw the Jesse Lee Peterson video, and Jesse Lee Peterson's reaction was expected. I'm not at all surprised. I mean, Jordan Peterson
All
called
right.
us.
Can you guys hear me? Am I back on? I think I am. I'm sorry, guys. Of course, having a technical issue. Where are you from, partner?
I'm from India. Hello, Cowboy.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I said I'm from India.
If you want, I'll tell you what. I'll just be quiet for the next 2 or 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Just go ahead. Go ahead. You have the floor. Introduce yourself. Who are you? What's your name? Where are you from? Any personal information you want to share? If you have any good stories, of course, you wanted to talk about Jesse Lee Peterson. Go ahead.
Cowboy, actually, I did a little bit of introduction, but I'm not sure if you can hear me. So if you go silent on me, then I'm not sure if you have heard what I have said. So that's the deal. So I said already that I'm from India, but I'm not sure if there is an issue on my side or on your side with the connection. But anyways, again, for the people who have just joined, I am OST factory from India. And I dropped in here specifically for the Jesse Lee Peterson stuff. So I believe that Jesse Lee Peterson's reaction to Cowboy was kind of expected, because if you guys remember, Jordan Peterson called us pathetic weasels, and then he apologized for it, albeit reluctantly. So, I mean, so the thing that I want to convey here is that whenever Cowboy or any one of us go to these platforms like Jesse Lee Peterson, or like I believe Sandman was supposed to be on some show or something. So yeah, so wherever any one of us goes up to these platforms, we should not try to change the mindset of the person, of the host, like Jesse Lee Peterson in this case, because these guys are already very set in their mindset. I mean, they're not going to change. So our objective would be putting MGTOW in the best light in front of people who have not discovered it yet. I mean, I'm talking about boys who are 17 years old, 18 years old, even 25 years old. I mean, they don't know any better. And we are already being censored and shadow banned on YouTube and other platforms. So yeah, we should make the most out of the opportunity if we decide to get on these platforms. So yeah, we should show them no weakness. Like in this particular case, Cowboy told Jesse that, I mean, he's kind of scared of the entire situation. I mean, I can understand where he's coming from. He was being honest with what he thinks and what he feels about the entire thing. But again, I mean, Jesse Lee Peterson, I mean, although I do agree with him on a lot of things, but I mean, he's a tradcon. What do you expect, right? So we should show them no weakness and no vulnerability, and this is why I'm still on YouTube commenting here and there, because I want other people to notice, because just because someone wrote comments and put out videos so that I could discover MGTOW, we should do the same for others. So yeah, so that's my 2 cents about the entire thing. Okay, I hope you heard a little bit of what I said, Cowboy.
Yeah, no, I totally heard you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, loud and clear. Okay, so I'm from India, and yeah, I mean, initially I thought I was going to start a channel, a MGTOW channel, but there are like I'm busy with other stuff and I really don't get a lot of time. But you're doing a particular a fantastic job anyways, and there are other guys who are doing a good job. So yeah, so I ended up not doing a channel. And yeah, one more thing that literally drives me up the wall is that, like, people say that MGTOW is worldwide, right? And MGTOW is everywhere, and yet, I mean, this is particularly a problem with like people in America and Europe. Like, they say that they want to go to the East, to Southeast Asia, and places like that to find women. But let me tell you, I'm from India, and India is in Southeast Asia. So when we say MGTOW is worldwide, what does that mean? It means that it is everywhere. Like people are fed up everywhere. So you think that you're going to Southeast Asia, you're going to get something different? No, like you'll get screwed even bad. I mean, trust me. So yeah. So this is kind of a myth that if you go to Southeast Asia, things will be hunky dory and you'll find good women. No, this is specifically not the case, and especially in India. I mean, I don't know how many of you watch Paul Elam. So Paul Elam said in one of his videos that India has the most organized men's rights activist groups in India. So yeah, so it goes to show you that how bad situation is here in Southeast Asia. Over to you, Cowboy.
All right. Well, if I can ask you, OST Factory, can you share any personal experiences? Have you gotten divorced? Have you ever had any false accusations? Any girlfriends that have, I don't know, done you wrong? Anything like that?
None of that, but I discovered MGTOW in 2016 and dumped my girlfriend that year. So, like back in the day, I was somewhat of a blue pill, and eventually, when I discovered MGTOW in 2016, I was like this girl I was with. So I already noticed some red flags, but I kept like seeing her, but where I eventually dumped her, and like I have been happy ever since. But yeah, this happened to one of my cousins. So he got divorced, and yeah, and he hasn't seen his daughter in like 9 years now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little bit about India? India is a very, very large country.
Right.
Can you talk about maybe some of the cultural differences that exist in India? Let's say, like in the south you have like the Tamils, in the north you have like Punjab. Are they all conservative? Are some Indian women more conservative than others, more liberal than others? Are there any common stereotypes about the women of India, like maybe the Punjabi women? They're more feminist, anything like that?
There are no common stereotypes, but as far as I know, but if you talk about culture, because India has like close to 30 states, and every state has a different culture. I mean, they have different language, they have like different way of dressing, different festivals. So like imagine 30 different cultures and languages, and I mean there are a lot of languages in India. So I mean there are no common stereotypes. Like I mean you can say that people in the south are a little bit more liberal, but yeah, you can like ever since like this left wing nonsense started to spread here, like you can find idiots everywhere, like everywhere. There are they have formed groups in like feminist groups, and like everything that is happening over there in the states is happening here. I mean, a little more subtle way, but it's still happening. And guess what? Since 2010, in 5 years, like the last time I checked, the last data was 2015. So in 5 years, the divorce rate shot up by 13 times. I'm not saying 13%, 13 times. So
Right. That would be like 1,300%.
exactly. Although the divorce rate is still very low, so people don't pay any attention to it. But I mean, this is alarming. Like in 5 years, it has shot up by 13 times, and like the same thing happened to my cousin. I mean, he's a good guy, and like his wife made a bunch of like crap, like false accusations and stuff, and
Sure.
like yeah, and anybody who heard what she had to say, I mean, nobody could believe her. I mean, like she is, I mean, we all know she is full of you know what, and yeah, and yeah, the court system, the legal system, and the government all conspire with the woman to screw the guy over, and he has not seen his daughter in 9 years. I mean, ridiculous.
And if I may ask you, OST Factory, why do you think that is? Why do you think that the courts in India, similarly to the Western world, England or Britain, United States, Canada, Spain, France, Germany, most countries, why do you think the courts are set up this way?
I mean, the same reason. The same reason that people observe here in United States as well. I mean, I believe, in my opinion, that the governments or whoever is pulling the strings think that women can be manipulated easily, and by transferring wealth from man to a woman, I mean, they are essentially transferring the power over to the women, and they know that women are net spenders, and they can, they can control the flow of wealth in that way, I believe, and yeah, I believe,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
and there
Yeah,
is,
I think. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead. Yeah,
Oh,
I was
yeah,
just saying
okay.
that.
I was going to mention. Yeah, I think a lot of MGTOW sort of have this this belief, this overarching belief that the way society is formatted, it's formatted in a way so that it can sort of maximize. Well, the idea is to figure out a way to format society in such a way that money, resources, utility gets transferred from the man to the woman. And the idea, I think, is that once the woman gets the money will then be transferred to the government and the corporations. And so there's like this concerted effort to make sure, or to facilitate the transfer of wealth from men to women, because the governments and the corporations know that the women will spend the money, and we know this from there are various studies that have shown that women tend to spend more money. Men tend to make more money than they spend. Women tend to spend more money than they make as a class of people. And so if you wanted to set up a system where as much wealth could be extracted from the people as possible, the most fortuitous way to do that, or to achieve that end, would be to basically women's empowerment. Does that make any sense?
It makes perfect sense. And one more thing that I remember, that I was talking with my friend the other day, and I told him, like, I mean, I don't know about the United States. You can tell me about the United States, but in India, what used to happen was that like people were very wary about involving government with their daily lives. I mean, people lived in like these. What's the term? I don't want to say a village, but let's say a community. And in that community, like they would not involve government with anything. Like if let's say that you and me are living in the same community and we have a dispute over something, like we would not be calling cops and and going to court suing each other. I mean, there'll be like elders there, and they will resolve the dispute. if there is some issues with, like, if a guy is facing some issues with his wife and there are like issues in the marriage, like they will not be suing like each other in the courts. So they don't so they were very wary about the government. So what government did, and the best thing in US was that you guys even had guns. Like you still have guns, but like a entire community having like guns is like amazing. So yeah, so what they did was they first broke down that community. So now you don't have a community with like 200 people all armed with guns who are telling government to stay away. Now you just have joint families. I mean, your brother, like your two brothers, and like your family, their family, living under one roof. Like this was still a like a great support system, but then they broke the joint family. Now we come to the nuclear family thing. Then now they are trying to break the nuclear family. They want men to be helpless and alone. That's what I think. Because only when you're alone and helpless is when you'll have to rely on government for everything.
Aha.
Because yeah, I mean, otherwise you'll just tell government to shove it. But now
Sure.
but now you're alone and helpless. I mean, think about it. 10 years ago, like not just like 15 years ago, like people used to have a lot of friends. Like I'm not talking about friends over the internet. I mean, real friends. Think about how many friends do people have these days, like real friends. Like if they end up in trouble, how many how many men they can like just call and say, hey, I'm in this pickle, can you help me? So how many of them will show up? Like think along these lines.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Not many, right? Typically, you can count your friends on either one or two hands.
Yep. Like even my good friends, like for example, I had a lot of good friends here, but now they have moved elsewhere for better job prospects. People don't like in the past, people didn't move a lot, so even though they are my good friends, I can count them as my good friends. But if I end up in trouble here, where I live, not many can show up.
I see.
So yeah.
Do you what part of India do you live in? What state do you live in? Do you live in like Uttar Pradesh,
Yep. Yeah, I live in
Jharkhand?
no, I live in Uttar Pradesh. I mean, it's I live very close to Delhi, which is the national capital.
Sure.
Yeah, but
Okay.
technically it's Uttar Pradesh. It's called an NCR region, capital region.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you talk for a minute, slightly changing the subject? Is it true that the girls from Punjab are the prettiest women in all of India? Is that true?
No. I mean, again, again, it would depend on what, like, pretty is pretty subjective, right? So again, like India is a huge country, and
Sure.
like if you go towards the east, like east side of India, so it borders with China.
Sure.
So over there you will find like girls who look a little bit Chinese. I mean, not like your typical Chinese women, but
Right.
uh, but like, because I find like I find a Chinese woman not that pretty, but you'll find like just the right mix of Indian and Chinese, so they look pretty good. Like people find Punjabi women pretty, yeah, sure. I mean, but yeah, it's a very diverse country. So again, I mean, it entirely depends on what you find attractive and what you find pretty. But
Sure, sure. Another question I have for you. Can you talk a little bit about the south of India, particularly about the Tamil people? Have you heard of the Tamil Tigers? Are they like are they engaging in any sort of like terrorist activity in your country or separatist movements, anything like that?
They used to back in the day. I mean, I haven't heard, because again I live in like in North India, so I'm not like entirely sure what is exactly happening in the south, but nothing major. I mean, I'm not sure if they are like Tamil Tigers are even active at this moment. But the bigger problem that we have in the south is like communism.
Right. Okay.
Like
Can you talk about that a little bit? Like, would you say can you describe a little bit the general economic development of your country? Is Northern India more wealthy? Is Southern India more wealthy or more poor? Is Eastern India more industrialized? What is it like over there?
okay, so if you go from like the north of India up down to the south, you'll find that like it gradually, like people gradually tend to go more and more liberal towards the south, and and the education, like people like education is better in the south. I mean, when I say better, I mean it's like the rate of education, like people who are educated are more in the south. Like south has like more than 97-98% education, like literate people. And but yeah, they have this issue with like all the liberal nonsense that we talk and hear about. Like they I believe in Kerala or Tamil Nadu, they have communist governments. Like the
Sure.
political party that's in power over there is communist. Like blows my mind. Um and So India was okay about the economic, and okay. So the eastern states are a lot less industrialized because I mean, we face a constant threat from China of uh, territorial aggression. So whatever. So this has deterred us a bit from developing the eastern states. So military has a lot of presence over there in the eastern states, but they are really beautiful. Like people go on vacations there, and like I mean, it's amazing. It's very beautiful over there. And about the economic development, I would say that we are doing pretty good. I mean, again, it's. I mean, I don't want to get sidetracked, but um, I'll just say it over here. But that we gained independence from the British in 1947, so about 75 years back. So since that we have, so like when the British left, we were like dirt poor. Okay, so since then we have fought 5 wars, like 5 full-scale wars. We have won 4 of them. We are now a nuclear power. I mean,
Yes,
since
you
long
are.
we've, yeah, and like and we have like we have a space program that almost rivals that of NASA. And yeah, and we are, I believe, the 4th largest GDP in the world. So like we are like the phoenix rising from the ashes. That's a metaphor
Sure.
that I used to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here in the United States, there's a lot of talk about China. But the truth is, India is not far behind. Some people actually think that India, if it could get its politics right, it would be able to outpace even China. Um, Some people also say that your guys' population is set to exceed China in the next 20 years. Have you heard of this?
Yes, yes, I have. Uh, although China has a lot of head start over us. I mean, they were not like enslaved by like or I mean colonized by any foreign power in modern history, and yeah, and when we developed our nuclear weapons, there were a lot of sanctions put on us by the United States and the United Nations. So that were lifted, I believe, in 2004. So yeah, by that time, China had already started its what would you call it, like the next industrial revolution. So yeah,
Sure, their
so
own,
we were,
yeah, their own industrial, yeah.
yeah, so we were kind of left behind in that aspect, but again we were fighting like wars with Pakistan, and we have fought a war with China itself, and we are like under constant pressure from terrorists from the north and the west. So
Yeah, right. No,
by
no, of
west I
course,
mean
of course.
Pakistan. Yeah. So
Of
yeah.
course, right. No, after ever since the partition,
Mhm.
I understand that there's still a lot of tension between the Muslim, or the I should say the Pakistanis and the Indians. Then you've got
Mhm.
Kashmir. You guys still you guys routinely shell each other in that region or something like that.
No, we shell them. I mean,
Well,
because
I don't claim to know who owns that land.
mhm. Yeah, yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna let you go. Can I get you to share a MGTOW moment? Anything you can share? What would you say was your major MGTOW moment? Have you ever experienced a false accusation, anything like that?
Nope, but what I can tell you is that in 2016, I'll tell you how I stumbled upon MGTOW. So in 2016, me and one of my very old friends, we were on a trip to like a hill station. So, and this particular guy, I mean, he's a very good friend. He's a very old friend. He's a male feminist.
Oh, he's a
So
feminist.
a male feminist and a male feminist at that. Huh? So he was talking a bunch of BS, and I knew he was talking a bunch of BS. So in order to counter him, like what he's saying is wrong, I went to internet, and so I was trying to research some facts, like where he is wrong, and then I stumbled upon like MGTOW.com, and then okay, so I mean, so that ended, and we came back from the trip, and then I started, exploring more about like MGTOW, like MGTOW TV, and then I stumbled upon Sandman, and once I stumbled upon Sandman, I mean, the rest is history. I mean, so
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
yeah,
I agree. I couldn't
yeah.
agree more. How old are you?
31. I'm 31.
Okay, good, good, very good. All right. Any last sentiments? Any last thoughts you'd like to share? Do you have a channel?
No, like I said a little while ago, I mean, I wanted to start a channel, but like time constraints and all that stuff. And, the only reason I comment and lurk around and, start some fights here and there is because I want like people who don't know about this to know about this, because we are already being censored and shadow banned. And the
Sure.
second thing, yeah, and the very last thing that I want to say is that people who think that like going to like escaping the West and going to like the Southeast Asia and Asia in general, like it will not work. I mean, in most cases it will not work. I mean, you'll get royally screwed, because like MGTOW is worldwide, MGTOW is everywhere. Like we say MGTOW is worldwide for a reason, right?
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen you. I've seen you around. I've seen you lurking around other sites. Who are your favorite MGTOW content creators these days? Maybe your top two, your top three, anything like that?
My top two, I would say, Venshin was one, and Hammerhand.
Sure.
Like,
Okay.
yeah, Sandman used to be up there. I mean, I don't watch a lot of Sandman because, again, I believe Sandman's content is for like people who like just discovered
Who are just
MGTOW.
getting in, who are new.
Yeah. They're new. Yeah. So, so these days I watch like Kingy MGTOW. I mean, like the channels who don't have a lot of subscribers. Even Hammerhand said in one of his videos that like the people who have less than 1,000 subscribers, they have like the most, they have the like the best content. I mean, because I fell into that trap. I mean, I used to watch. I don't want to name any names here, but a lot of channels who started to grift, away from the message, and
Yeah, no, that's okay. No, please,
yeah,
please feel free to mention them. If it's true, it's true.
yeah. I mean, there is one particular individual who wants some of his bus money,
Who are you
and
talking about?
I mean, come on,
Go ahead, just drop his name. I don't know.
Better Bachelor.
Oh yeah. Better Bachelor. I mean, he really blew up. I mean, I think at this point he's got like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. I mean,
Mhm.
if you can monetize that, you can turn that into a career. You have to understand some people, they will tone down, they will moderate their message, if you will, once the money starts rolling in. It's how it is, right?
Right, exactly. There is another one. It's called Strong Successful Male. I mean,
Strong, successful male.
yeah. I mean, he
Yeah, I've heard
has,
of him.
yeah. Like he has not strayed away from the good stuff yet, but he's starting to. I mean, I have noticed the pattern. I have unsubscribed. So, yeah. So mostly I watch Hammerhand. Like it was. I mean, I was blown away when his channel was nuked recently. You remember?
Okay. All right, I got a couple
I'm
more
talking.
questions for you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry to keep you so long.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
you're
No issues.
31.
No issues. Yeah.
You're 31. Are you currently dating?
Nope. I'm a monk.
I was just about to say, when is the last time you've had sex?
2016.
Okay. You have your own place? You live with your parents?
I have my own place.
Okay. So you're basically early 30s, bachelor, living in the big city. Now you live in Uttar Pradesh,
Right.
which is the home of Delhi, or what's the name of the capital now?
New Delhi.
Is it Delhi or New Delhi? Because they changed the name.
Okay. So again, Delhi is the state and New Delhi is the city.
Aha, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So do
So
you live in? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So Delhi is like 10 kilometers away from my where I live. So yeah, I'm practically in Delhi.
Okay, so it's such a huge city. I mean, even the suburbs ultimately can be considered the city. You basically live in Delhi.
Right.
Okay, you have a motorcycle, a scooter, a car.
A car. I'm an engineer.
You're an engineer. Okay, so you're. Is it fair to say you're probably in the top 20% of earners? You're not like a peasant farmer in the countryside.
No.
Okay, and I must say, your English is excellent. I do find that sometimes when I speak with people from India,
there is a wide range of fluency.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm serious. Like I literally understand about 99% of everything that you say. I would consider your fluency very high. Your English is excellent.
Thank you. I
Oh
I
yeah,
speak
no,
five.
it's,
I speak 5 languages. I mean,
wow, I speak too.
not to toot my own horn, but I remember Kevin Samuels who said that I haven't seen one successful MGTOW guy. I mean, I
That's
would not
ridiculous.
call myself. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I was just adding to what you said. I think that that's ridiculous what Kevin Samuels said.
Yeah, I mean, I would not call myself rich by any means, but I'm high earning, not rich yet kind of guy. And
Sure.
I speak 5 languages. I speak French as well. And yeah, I'm an engineer, and yeah, I don't consider myself a loser like what Kevin Samuel says. And now that we are on this subject, Cowboy, if you want to ask me anything about like the virus situation, you can ask me because I got it like in April. So it was, yeah.
Well, now that I
Go on.
have you, and again, I'm sorry to keep you so long. If you're busy, you can leave. But if I can ask you a couple more questions.
Yeah, go ahead, no problem.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you had mentioned something about Jesse Lee Peterson? I wasn't hearing you because the connection was terrible. Now the connection seems to be very, very good. Did you say something about him?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I'll repeat what I said. So, so the reason that I am on like this, like I'm here right now with you is because of Jesse Lee Peterson, because I saw that video, and if you remember, I put a comment on that video that when is the next interview I would like to talk. So I said that Jesse Lee Peterson's reaction was not at all surprising to me. I mean, if you remember, Jordan Peterson called us pathetic weasels, and he later apologized for it.
weasels.
Yeah, he's called us pathetic weasels, like to quote him verbatim. So and he later apologized for it. I mean, I'm not surprised at all what Jesse Lee Peterson said, but like my message to like you and everybody who's listening to us right now is that like whenever we are on these platforms, like whether it is Jesse Lee Peterson's show or like anywhere. I mean, I heard that Sandman was like scheduled to appear on a show. Like but he declined. I believe that was the reason. Anyways, so whenever we are on these kind of platforms, we should not show any weakness and we should not show any vulnerability. Why? Because we'll not change the mindset of the host in like 5 or 10 minutes that we have. I mean, even if Jesse Lee Peterson believes what we are saying is true, because he's not married himself, right? So
He's
he will
Canadian.
he'll not admit it. But the only reason that we should be appearing on these shows and these platforms is to make people aware of MGTOW. For like people who don't know that we exist and this thing exists and this philosophy exists. So and as I mentioned, that the only reason that I still lurk around YouTube in like MGTOW forums and MGTOW channels is because like somebody wrote comments and put out content that informed me. So I want to do the same for like people who don't know any better. People like guys who are 17 years old, 18 years old, like 20 years old, 25 years old. They don't know any better. If we
Sure.
don't tell them, then who will? I mean, we are already being shadow banned and by YouTube. Hammerhand just got like recently nuked, like his entire channel got nuked. I mean, so if we don't do it, then how would they know about like what's going on, right?
Sure. I absolutely agree. Okay, very good.
Yeah. So like when you said on the Jesse Lee Peterson thing that like you're scared about the entire thing. I mean, I get where you're coming from. I mean, you're telling him honestly what you feel, but like he's trying to use that, like what you're saying, against you. I mean, so yeah, so
I understand.
so my 2 cents is like don't show any vulnerability and weakness to them. I mean, they will use it against us. So like
Yeah. See,
yeah.
it's I felt like I was put. I felt like I put myself in an interesting predicament. You see, I actually how can I put it? I actually respect Jesse Lee Peterson. I, of course, do not agree with everything he has to say politically, especially about MGTOW. But you know, I wanted to be nice. I wanted to be extra nice. And I think to a certain extent, there's kind of two reasons for that. One is, frankly, it's his show. You know, I don't know. I would have misgivings if you know, if I'm having a show and someone comes on and they start being aggressive. I guess what I'm trying to say is I was trying to be extra nice, maybe even passive. I did not want to be argumentative. Number one. Number two, you know, he is considerably older. People, I guess I'm traditional in that way. People that are younger than me, but let's say 10 years or more, I kind of consider them my junior. Let's say people who are 10 years older than me or more, I kind of consider my senior. And so I try to extend respect to people that are older than me. I agree that he was really going in on me, of course, but I just didn't feel it was my place to be I don't know, aggressive. Or I tried to defend MGTOW as well as I could, but I didn't want to challenge him or anything. One small criticism I would make of him is he didn't really give me much time to explain myself. Frankly, he was actually interrupting me a lot. I don't know if you caught that, but yeah.
I did catch that, but again, I mean, two things. I salute you for like your bravery for like going on his show. First of all, and secondly, I also agree with Jesse Lee Peterson on many things, but again, uh, like like it's not about being aggressive. It's like not being like you said, not being passive. I mean, like think about it like in this way. Um, like always keep in mind that you are there, like uh, like to be the face of MGTOW for a small amount of time. You know, like people will listen to you. I mean, people who watch his video who are not like in the community in the like in the MGTOW side of things, they will listen to you, and based on what you say and what like and how you say it, they will try to judge what this philosophy is all about. So yeah, like that's my 2 cents. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing you or anything. I mean, what you
No,
did
no, it's
was
okay.
like really
It's okay.
brave, but again, I mean, it's not it's something that we all should keep in mind. Maybe like maybe next year I'll go to some other show. Maybe somebody else goes to like some other platform to to speak or whatever. I mean, so we should keep that in mind that we are not doing it for ourselves. We are doing it because we are already MGTOW. I mean, like
Right.
yeah. I mean, what else could we gain? I mean, we are not showing our faces. We're not like giving out our real names. I mean, you did give out your real name, but like for example, in my case, I'll not give my own real name. So yeah. So
Sure. Well,
what else
I
do we
will
have to
say
gain?
my name, my first name is a very common name. My name is Joseph. Joseph
Right.
or Joe is a very, very common name. It's you know, but yeah, you know, I don't show my face. I don't, you know, share my last name.
Right.
Yeah. So
Right.
again, you seem very, very well informed, and obviously you're classically educated. I'm assuming you're university set. I would highly recommend you start a channel. Yeah. Let me ask you one other question
Yeah. Go ahead.
before I let you go. So, have you postulated? Have you thought? What are your thoughts? How can MGTOW be spread further and faster? Have you ever thought about this?
Uh, I mean, um, in terms of that, I think um, again, like there are a lot of grifters over there out there, you know. So I mean, uh, the way a guy is like becomes a MGTOW is more about self-reflection and like first of all observing what's going out there, and then like really thinking. I mean, just saying that, just okay, I saw 12 videos today, so I'm a MGTOW. And that doesn't work. So it doesn't work this way. So uh, I don't, I'm like, again, I'm not really concerned. Like I told you, I'm a monk. I am really not concerned about how fast this spreads, again, because if you remember in one of your videos you said that laws needs to be changed, and I commented that like as MGTOW we should not be concerned about whether a laws change or not, right? I don't
I just had I just had a conversation with another MGTOW, Polska Bob, and he was basically saying the same thing, that we ought not concern ourselves with the laws. I would respectfully disagree with you, and I would respectfully disagree with Polska Bob. I think that I understand that, like the the men's rights movement or men's rights activists, that's sort of their department, that's sort of their genre. But I do think that at the very least, MGTOW should tacitly support political change. I think that men's rights activists and MGTOW, in a way, we sort of have a similar goal, but we want to reach the goal differently. MGTOW, men's rights activists, they want to challenge the system head on. They want to be at the halls of government, and they want to try to petition the government for change. I think MGTOW, we're more, we almost practice what Mahatma Gandhi would practice, where, and maybe you're from India, maybe you can enlighten us. Can you tell the story? I remember hearing the story that Gandhi was trying to free India from the British Empire. And one of the things he did is he was telling the people of India to not buy salt. He told people to get the salt from the sea. Do you know anything like that?
Yep. Although I don't agree with a lot of what Gandhi did. I mean, his methods, I really don't agree with it. But yeah,
I definitely don't agree with everything Gandhi did as well. But he did free your country. I mean, you must admit that that's good.
I mean, sure, but like he cannot claim the entire credit of like the independence. But again,
fair enough.
But let's just not argue about that. But so what he did was that he he started what's called a non-cooperation movement. So in which he said, like, don't cooperate with the English, like don't pay taxes, don't
buy their products, don't pay
buy
taxes.
The products they don't. Yeah, exactly. So again, so when it comes back to what MRAI versus MGTOW thing we are talking about, again, I understand that you ultimately want to see things changing around here, but again, if things change, I mean, they'll happen passively, right? So even if you are concerned about laws changing, and I'm like, for example, me, I'm not that much concerned about laws changing. They will only happen when enough people go MGTOW, right? Only then, like when government starts losing money, only then they'll come back to their senses. I mean, not to their senses. I mean, then they'll realize that we'll have to change things around a little because we're losing money. So in that case, we don't have to worry about like whether like there is a conservative government or a liberal government or right wing or left wing. No, none of that. Like, because when like the machine starts to run out of oil, when enough people go MGTOW, maybe then they will start changing the laws. But again, I believe, again, and this is my humble opinion, that this will be done passively. And I mean, we don't have to discuss changing the laws. if people go MGTOW, it will happen automatically. Like
Sure,
that's
sure.
that's my opinion.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll leave it at that. Again, I appreciate very much you coming on, and I very much appreciate you sharing some of your thoughts and some of your stories.
Sure, Kawai, if you want to ask me anything about the virus thing, I mean, you can. But other than that, I'll thank you very much.
Is there anything is there anything on your mind? Is there anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, because because when I watched some of the previous interviews that you did ask a lot of people about the thing, and so I was thinking that maybe I could shed a light on my experience.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about when you say the thing. When you say the thing, you mean that thing?
Yeah, the thing.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, take it away. Oh man, give us a couple more minutes. I appreciate it. Yes,
Okay,
please.
so
What have you seen? What have you heard?
okay, so in April this year, I was infected, right? And I spent 23 days in the hospital. I mean, I almost died.
No way, really?
Yep. So so before that, I was like big into this. Like this is like this government thing. Like this is entirely propaganda and everything. I mean, but like what I want to be the takeaway point is that like this thing exists. I mean, it's like horrible, and but again, I don't think that like I'm not sure that jabs are effective form of uh, you know prevention against that. Yeah.
Let me interrupt you for a second because I'm actually starting to become confused. It's probably my fault. I'm drinking some champagne. So let's define our terms a little bit.
Okay.
Let's call one thing the jab or the poke, or the poke, whatever, and let's call the actual what should we call the actual sickness? What should we call that? The thing?
Yeah, let's call it let's call the actual disease the thing, and let's call the jab the jab. Okay.
Okay. So I'm sorry. That's what it was. Then you confused me. I thought you meant you got the jab and you were in the hospital for 23 days. No. You got the thing.
Yeah, I got the thing, and I was like, I didn't have the jab until then. So I was like,
okay, so
jab free.
So you know it's real, right?
Yeah, it's real. But again,
and
when I say that died. It's real, yeah, like I came like really close to dying. But again,
and you're pretty young. I mean, to almost die. I mean, are you really fat like I am?
No, I'm. I have gained. No, I'm not exactly skinny. I was quite fit up until the point I went to the hospital. But I was discharged. I got a discharge from the hospital in May, and when I came back home, because I'm not sure if you know that in April and May there was like a second wave of the thing hitting India, and like it rampaged across India. Like I mean, a lot of people died. So like it was horrible. Okay. So when I got my discharge in May, I was still I had to get like oxygen concentrators and oxygen cylinders at home, and I had to still be on like the oxygen therapy. I still had to put my mask on at all times at home. So I'm still recovering. I'm still not 100%. So I can't exercise a lot because my lung capacity is like short at this moment. I mean, it's a lot better than before.
Can you describe what were the main symptoms? Did you start getting headaches? Did you lose your sense of smell? Did you develop Bell's palsy? What happened?
So this is where it gets strange. I mean, because a lot of my relatives also got that, and they started having high fevers, like high temperature, and they lost their sense of smell and taste. But with me, nothing like that happened. I mean, I got mild fever one day, so I took some antipyretic, and like it went right down, and like I never had fever again. And out of the blue, one day, like the oxygen level, like SpO2 level in my blood started dropping like crazy. So
Oh, that's not good.
yeah, it's not good. I mean, I almost had no symptoms, and so the normal SpO2 level in blood is about like 96 and above. So 96 is considered normal. 96% is considered normal. So the lowest I went was 48.
Right. You were gasping for air.
Yeah, and so I had to put the mask, like oxygen mask, on all the time, and like the oxygen concentration that they gave me had to be really high, because my lungs were like completely messed up.
Sure.
So
Okay.
Again, coming back to your question, so I was quite fit. I exercised a lot, but and I'm relatively healthy. I mean, I don't smoke. Uh, so yeah, so no like lung issues, no prior lung issues either. But now my lungs are not as strong. I mean, I can't exercise. I mean, I can only do mild exercises. So I have gained some weight, but I'm still quite healthy.
Good. Yeah. Don't let yourself go. Trust me, I let myself go. It's I'm probably at least 70 pounds overweight. I'd say more like 80 or 90. It's really good in a fight. I can like throw my weight around, but it's
Mhm.
not good against fighting small bacteria and viruses that'll kill you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
If I can interrupt you, I want to share a quick story. True to life
Go ahead.
story. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, and I was never tested, but I think I got the thing as well.
Mhm.
A week or maybe 2 weeks before it really blew up on the international news on the international news circuit. I got real sick. It was just another day. I actually had a lady friend over. She had spent the night, and I woke up and I had to go to work.
Okay.
And the plan was that she was going to spend the night for a couple more nights, and then I was going to throw her out or send her like a catch and release program when you're fishing. I was going to
Right.
release her back into the Section 8 housing from when she came. But that's
Yeah.
not what happened. I ended up getting real sick. You know how sometimes when you get sick, when you just start to get sick, you can start to feel like a little scratch in your throat. I kind of got that. I woke up, I started feeling a scratch in my throat. I go to work. I think I worked like 10 or 11 hours. By the time I was finished working, I was so sick, I could barely drive my truck. I didn't break anything. I didn't break the truck down. I didn't do any paperwork. I didn't even put the keys back in the office. I just jumped in I just parked my truck, got in my car, and drove home. And I just crashed. When I got home, I just crashed in my bed. I sent my friend home. Normally, I give her a ride. I just gave her some cash for like a taxi, and I just got rid of her. And I was in bed for like 4 days straight. There was the worst of it, I think, was either on day 2 or day 3. There was maybe like a 3 or 4 hour period where I started to become scared. I literally got I started feeling like I couldn't catch my breath, and it started to get scary in my mind.
Right.
And I was considering calling. I was considering calling the police, or what's it called, the ambulance, but I decided not to. And I remember feeling very cold. However, I was running a fever. If I was hot to the touch, so I was hot. my temperature was high, but I felt cold. And yeah, I just felt really sick and I couldn't catch my breath. The worst of it was like 3 or 4 days. I happened to have the next couple of days off. It was terrible. Was it the thing? I don't know, but I think it was. So, but I've heard all kinds of things. You know, you're telling me you were in the hospital for like 3 weeks. I've heard some people they lose their sense of smell. I've heard all kinds of things. I don't even know what to think at this point. The only thing at this point, what I think is, I think it's real. I think it's like 2 or 3 times more deadly than the flu or influenza, and I don't think we're ever going to get rid of it. I don't think it's pandemic. I think it's endemic. I think it's just here. It's just going to be here forever. It's the next new. It's the new flu.
Yep, exactly. That's what I think.
So I don't know. I don't know what to think, man. I have not gotten the poke though. Have you gotten the poke?
Regrettably, yes, I got like the first dose.
Okay, well, I mean,
Like,
you know,
because again, not of my own volition. I mean, I had to, because like it is mandatory at like my workplace. So, I mean, I'm still working from home, but they'll start calling us back to office really soon. So by then I had to be like fully jabbed, if you will.
Sure. All right. Well, I guess I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for calling, and I very much appreciate your participation in the community. You know, if I could advise you or ask you, really, please do everything you can to spread MGTOW. I have this idea that the MGTOW, the actual acronym, will become a household name in our time, for good or for bad. Some people think. Like, for example, I was just talking with Pulse Kebab. I was hanging out at his club. I was hanging out with Pulse Kebab, and he was saying that he thinks it's a good idea to actually keep MGTOW kind of like I don't know how to put it, undercover, not undercover. He thinks it's a good idea that low key, yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of a better way to put that. Yeah, no, he thinks that we should actually we should purposely try to keep MGTOW low key, or not have it go mainstream. And I see the advantages to both, but ultimately I think that we should make it go big. Again, my idea is I'm thinking big here. I want to see political change. So, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Pulse Kebab, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen. I'm sorry. Let me please kick you off. But I have another gentleman on the line. I think, if he's still here. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. If you can hear me.
Wow. Oh man, that was amazing patience. I appreciate it. All right. Well, thank you, OST Factory. Again, it was a pleasure speaking with you. Okay. Now I've got, I'm sorry, I actually can't remember your name. I can't remember who I'm speaking with. Please, if I can give you the floor, can you introduce yourself? Who are you? What's your name? Or if you don't want to share your name, what's your sigil? Where are you from? How old are you? What do you do? Do you enjoy long walks on the beach? Anything. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Well, so this account's name and the organization that I'm starting is called the Bushranger Brotherhood of Victoria. I'm personally 27. I won't give my name just because the organization's underground at the moment, but I'm looking to make it legitimate. What I do at the moment, not much. I am a student. I'm studying horticulture. I'm living in Australia, in Victoria specifically, which is, you've probably heard of Dan Andrews, or Melbourne. Melbourne's in that state.
Okay.
I have been working as labour hire just while I've been studying. I've done a fair bit of work in the hospitals where they deal with the thing. I am a qualified locksmith, security guard, boat captain.
I'm sorry. You're a locksmith.
Yeah,
That is so cool. That is so cool. That I fun fact. So I live in Chicago. Apparently, it's illegal to own locksmithing tools if you are not a. Okay. It's not illegal to own them, but it's illegal to have them on your person if you're not like a licensed locksmith here in Chicago. Do you guys have similar laws like that?
yeah. So you can own them. You might struggle to buy them from places. They'll usually only sell to licensed businesses that have an ABN. But there are things like Lock Sport, so people need the tools for that. But yeah, like even though I'm qualified, if I'm walking down the street and I've got a pick set on me and the coppers search me, then I can get done for having those tools on me if I don't have a job that I'm going to.
Right. Yeah, right. There's all kind of laws. My father was a Chicago police officer for over 30 years. I remember him telling me it's an automatic felony. And I don't know if you guys have the same type of criminal justice system over there. I think it's similar. I don't know if the terms are the same, but felony is a higher level crime. It's the highest level. And again, what is it? Oh, I can't even remember. I think it's like trespassing. If you're even caught just trespassing with the tools, it's an automatic felony, and it's like it's apparently a big crime.
Yeah, I can't remember what the crime is here, but I know it's not the same legal system. So we have two types of offences. We have summary offences, which are your low-level crime, and we have indictable offences. So,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
the indictable offences would be like your felonies, and I think
Right. Okay.
summaries would be like your misdemeanors.
Sure. That sounds about right. Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, let me ask you one more question before we move on, just because I do find it fascinating. Is it true that there's also I don't know what it's called. I think it's called a gun. It's like this lock picking tool it's kind of like a gun. You hold it like a gun, and it really helps speed up. It really helps expedite the lock picking process. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so it's called a pick gun. Essentially, it's kind of like it's not so much a big skill. It's more just you got to get lucky. So the way that it works, I'm trying to think of like a video game where lockpicking is realistic. I can't really think of one at the moment, but with most locks, you've either got wafers or pins. Let's stick with the pins for now. You've got to kind of get them all lined up with the barrel so that there's a break between the pins and you can turn the barrel. If you're using picks, you're doing that manually, one at a time, and there's different. Yeah, I don't want to get too in depth with that just because it can get quite complicated. But with a pick gun, essentially, instead of feeling and using skill and technique, you're just kind of bouncing them all up at once and trying to catch that line. So yeah, it comes down to luck. Using that thing, it can take you a couple of seconds, can take you 10 minutes. But the thing is, it's not uber stealthy because it makes a loud click every time you pull the trigger, and you pull the trigger a lot.
Okay, so it's loud. It does speed up the. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying it does in fact speed up the process, or at the very least, it makes it easier. However, it's much more audible. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were like a ninja wanting to break into someone's house, you wouldn't use that. but if you were a licensed locksmith, you would, because it's okay if you make a little noise.
That's right. Yeah, but some locksmiths, they'll avoid using the pick gun. So a strategy that's used
Why?
is you use so you use the picks first, just to show some skill or drag out some time. It's like a money
They
maker.
get paid by the hour, do they?
Yeah. And so if you stand there with say a pick gun and you do it in 2 minutes, and then you charge them for that hour, then they feel like their money's been wasted. But if you're there for like 15 minutes,
Right.
and you playing around with the picks, and then you don't get it, so you pull out the pick gun, and you knock it out, then they feel like you've earned that hour of pay a bit more.
Right. Okay. All right. Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question. If we could segue into MGTOW.
Go for
So,
it.
I'm assuming you're a MGTOW. At the very least, you're a red pill guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please feel free. Share with us. Do you have a MGTOW moment? Were you cheated on? Imagine this is like the Sweat Hotel. This is like the Taxi Cab Confessions. You ever had a woman cheat on you? How did you come to MGTOW?
Right. So growing up was rough. So I went through the foster care system. I've got a very broken and rough family. My mother has all sorts of mental issues, and she's very abusive, let's say. So she was definitely something that has significantly contributed to me finding MGTOW. And going through the foster care system, and I found that not just in the foster care system, but outside of it, women are some of the most abusive people I've come into contact with. Even if they can appear to be nice and friendly, they are still some of the coldest abusers. But nevertheless, I tried to give dating a go as I was growing up. But yeah, every relationship, they ended up cheating.
Okay, if I can interrupt you for a second, can you talk about? And again, remember, these are all personal questions. You don't have to answer anything, but this is how I learn. I don't learn by talking. I learn by listening. If you care to talk, I would care to listen. Can you talk? Would you care to talk about your experience in foster care first before we get into like MGTOW? Were you ever molested? Were you ever beaten? Have you ever had like group violence? The other kids beat you up? Anything like that?
Right. Okay. So my experience in the foster care system, I thankfully was never sexually abused. I was never physically abused that much. Sometimes the foster parents would want to punish, and I was a bit of a handful as a kid. And so yeah, sometimes they had to discipline me, and that I understand. I did, however, find that a lot of the families that I went to were essentially just in it for the money. They do the bare minimum, and apart from that, it'd just be total negligence. Just stay outside until it's time to go to bed. Then go to bed. They don't want to have anything to do with you. You just live there, and they take you to school or to the doctor if they need to.
Sure. So they didn't care about you. There was no deep sense of love. They wanted that paycheck every month.
Exactly. That's it. And
how many families did you live with?
So I was in foster care from the age of 3 to about 7, and I'd say through those years, I went through about 7 homes, and some of them were big families, some of them were just individual people.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Well, let's segue. Let's segue to some red pill stuff. Or some MIG. Do you call yourself a red pillar? You call yourself a MGTOW? How do you describe yourself? I think I remember you. I think I remember your sigil. Isn't your sigil a MGTOW sigil?
Yeah, so it's essentially, I don't know if you know much about Bushrangers or if you've heard of Ned Kelly, or the Kelly Gang.
No, no. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Please tell us.
Okay, so Bushrangers were essentially convicts that were sent from England or Ireland to Australia, or Tasmania specifically, which is the island underneath it.
Yes,
and
very famous. I think for what is it, like sheeps? You guys were real big at making wool or something. Tasmania.
Tasmania was, I think, most of the sheep jokes more focused on New Zealand, but Tasmania was fairly big on different industries. Whaling was pretty big there, but
Okay.
sheep.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
But yeah, so the convicts that escaped and kind of lived in the bush, they were known as bushrangers, essentially outlaws. So Jesse James would be a pretty good equivalent to a bushranger.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
Jesse James is kind of like the equivalent, your equivalent of our Ned Kelly.
Okay. Well, now that makes perfect sense. Okay, so these bushrangers are okay, like outlaws. Gotcha. And then this Ned Kelly character, he's a very well-known Australian outlaw.
He is. Some people like him, some people hate him. Same with Jesse James. Some people think he's a hero.
Sure.
Some people, yeah.
Right. Is he a hero or a villain? Sure.
That's it. And yeah, same sort of thing happens here. Ned Kelly's kind of seen as a hero to some, and just a no good thief to others. But
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah, and so my sigil is he was famous for having a suit of armor, and he kind of had like a shootout with police. Well, him and his gang had this armor, and so I've kind of turned his helmet and just put the MGTOW symbol on it, with the kind of split off in the road going our own way. But I've used the eye where he would have looked through in the helmet as kind of like an end piece in the road in that sign to say, like, pretty much the route that we're going down is going to come to an end. It's not going to lead anywhere. And so we're breaking away as MGTOW.
I see.
Pulse Bob, he's just asked if I have a channel. I don't. I have accounts with various alt tech and here on YouTube, but I don't upload videos. I'm starting a physical group. I'm not much of a personality for uploading videos.
Okay. All right. Well, let's segue right into MGTOW. What experiences have you had? You're relatively young. You said you're 27. I just turned 38 not too long ago, just a couple of days ago, really. So you're pretty young to discover MGTOW, which is great for you. Do you have any good stories? You ever catch your girlfriend cheating? Anything?
Yeah. So all my ex-partners cheated. I had one. It's a struggle to call it a relationship, but I had one long distance relationship with a Filipina. She was nice. I don't think she cheated. I'm pretty sure she was a virgin while we were together, and that never changed. But I ended up
I'm
just
sorry.
breaking
I'm
up.
sorry. What do you mean that never changed? You never hit it?
No, just because she was in the Philippines, and so that's why I said it's a struggle to call it a relationship.
Oh, I
we
see
just
what you're saying.
we were talking and stuff and considered each other partners, but the fuck all was done.
Right. You're not really
but
partners if you're not screwing.
that's it. But apart from that, yeah, like I had a lot of women in my life, whether they've been like step family or just people that I've hung around, and I've just kind of grown a bit of a disdain for the way that they treat people. My father, as much as I dislike him, he was a victim of the system that we have with the family court system, and he copped a lot of shit from the biased law enforcement. He spent some time in prison for false allegations.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
He lost his kids because of false allegations as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you talking about like your biological father or your foster father?
My biological father.
Oh wow. So
So-
you've met your biological father.
I did. So I was living with my mother until I was 3, and then the cops came and took me away and my 2 sisters because my mother had tried to kill some people. We went into foster care. They went together, and I was separated.
Sure.
And I was living in different homes until I was about 7. Then I moved in with my father, who I just met about 6 months prior and started having access to. Lived with him for a while. Went and I met my mother just at a video store, and she blackmailed me to come live with her, so I did. And I was there for 6 months, and then she started thinking I was a government spy and all sorts of things, and so she kicked me out. And so I went back to my father's place. I lived with him until I was 19. He had converted to Mormonism, so I joined in on that, and I was a Mormon up until
Oh wow.
up until I was 19. And I left when I was 17. I left his place when I was 17, and I've been on my own since.
Okay. Yeah, Brigham Young would be very proud of you.
Yeah, no, it's so I'm not Mormon anymore, but it was a significant chunk of my life.
Okay, yeah, no, the Mormons are a very a very interesting group. It's weird. I'm definitely not a Mormon. I've met several Mormons. I would say Mormonism is not for me, but there are some things I very much respect about them. Did you know that 60% plus, it's actually more than 60%, just over. Did you know that 60% plus of all FBI agents here in the United States are Mormons?
Yeah, so not just FBI agents, but in the whole intelligence community, Mormons are very prominent.
They are.
They've even taken a lot of inspiration from the sort of training that Mormons do to train their missionaries as well.
And why do you think that? Why do you suppose that is?
Well, they were quite prominent in the founding of America, similar to the Freemasons. The Freemasons were very much some of the main builders of American society. And then a little later down the track, the Mormons and the pioneers also contributed quite a lot. I think the American governments kind of see them as useful allies. They
They're
make
useful.
good.
Yes, they're useful.
Yeah, they make good citizens.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I have my own ideas on this, and some of them are very similar to what you just said. I find that the Mormons they are very useful to our federal government. So, do you think? So, I can't help but mention it because you mentioned it. You just brought up the Freemasons. I actually believe that Mormons, I prefer to use the term Mormonism. I think that Mormonism is actually a branch of Freemasonry. Have you ever heard of that?
I'll disagree with that. Reason being is Joseph Smith was a Freemason. He was involved in that while he was younger, but he left. But he took a lot of the things. Yeah.
Did he leave?
He did, but he took a lot of the things that he learnt from his time with the Masons and used that. So there's a lot of similar symbolism and organization structure that's quite similar. It's believed that when he was killed, a lot of the guys that were hunting him down were Masons.
I see. One interesting thing, another interesting thing I find when I what is it? I can't remember what it's called. One of you, the Mormons have an interesting sign or sigil. They isn't one of your guys' signs, and I understand that you're no longer a Mormon, but I'm going to sort of talk to you as if you are knowledgeable about the Mormons. Obviously, you were a Mormon. The honeycomb or like a honey, like a beehive or something. You guys got like is that your flag or your sigil?
Yeah. So the beehive is quite a prominent symbol. I cannot remember exactly.
What's that all about? You guys like honey in your tea or what?
No. So I think it's more so just the organization that hives have.
No. I'm sorry. I was kidding. I was being facetious.
I thought I'd give you a straight in.
Yeah.
Hey guys, can I jump in real quick?
Yes, please join in.
Hi, yeah. Hey, Cowboy, did you get my text message about handing out some wrenches? You know how to do it?
I did, and I tried to do what you said, although it didn't work. What I think I'm going to do is next month when I come and see you on the south side, I'm going to, just for fun, I'm going to have a real quick 10 or 20 minute live stream. And I'm just going to hand my phone over to you and you can show me. I'm so not tech savvy. I mean, I just don't know what I'm doing. I tried to do what you said. I went to one of your comments. I touched it. I held it down. Nothing happened. To the right, there's like 3 little dots. I've tried that. It only gives me 2 options. One is like, I think one was like slap a Pollock. The other one was like put him in timeout. I can't remember. But you'll have to show me. If you want to show me.
Oh, okay. All right. This is how this is gonna go. All right. Next time I see you, I'll have to knock your cowboy hat off of a webpack. So.
and I'm gonna have to buy you a beer.
That's all right. But it should give you an option, like once you press and hold it, to like either kick me out of the chat, hide me, or
no. I don't want to kick you out of the chat. Here, watch this. Here, just tell me what to do right now, because like I don't know what I'm doing. All right, so here you are. There you are. Okay. So here you are. Tell me what to do.
Put your thumb on either my profile picture or Pulse Kebab. Okay. And let it go, and what opens up? It should be a little menu.
No, man, nothing opens up, bro. Like I touch it, and then it clicks on it, and then it just unclicks. It clicks, but then it just unclicks. It ain't working.
Press and hold it on there for like 2 seconds.
I do. I swear to you, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now.
Okay, so it's not working. I'm not sure how to do it myself because I've never handed out wrenches, but we got a couple people here that need to get some wrenches. Like I need one.
I
can link
completely
some
agree. I want you. I want you to be the first. I just don't know what the hell I'm doing. I like here. I'm. If you're watching the screen, I'm doing it right now. Like I just don't know what I. So you know what it is. I'm gonna blame my phone. This is a piece of shit phone. I think this phone was made in Poland. Now that I think about it, but
it was probably made in Mexico, actually.
well, no. It was assembled in Mexico. It was fabricated in Poland. Then it was shipped over to Mexico, and they assembled it there. That's the story on that.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'll get in touch with like Hammerhand and some of the other guys that have wrenches on. I'll probably text SCE on about it, and he probably knows how to do it. So I'll update that for you. But we definitely got to hand out some wrenches to MGTOW Smurf and MGTOW Maddie is in the chat. A couple other people here. All right.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. So I guess I just saw you. So it's a little early for me to come again, but probably in like early November, like the first week of November, I can probably make my way into the city again. If you would be willing, seriously, no joke, I'd buy you a beer. Let me run like a mock 2-minute, 5-minute live stream, and then I'll just hand the phone over to you. You just do it.
No, I'd be more than happy to do it. You know where I hang out, and I enjoy seeing it. It's a good time. It's a good time.
Yeah. And your phone, you showed me your phone. Your phone. So I just saw my father today, and he busted out his new phone. His phone looks just like yours. It's all like new. It's got like 3 cameras on there. It's this futuristic technology.
Yeah, I got
Go
the
ahead.
Galaxy 20. I just got the Galaxy 21 like a few months ago, so I'm still trying to figure out how to use it. But I know how to use the Streamlabs and jump in and out of the chat. So you know what? I'm gonna jump back out and I'm gonna jump into the chat, and I want to hear what the Aussies saying. And hey, let us know what the hell's going down out there with all the COVID shit and all that other stuff, because we don't see any of you guys' news.
Will do.
Yeah, sure. All right. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, Polska. All right. Let me try here. Looks like that's good. Yeah, no, I swear to you, I'm trying. It's just terrible. It's just terrible. I'll just blame. Just blame me. Anyway, I'm sorry, Bushmaster. Please continue. So you were saying you discovered that you were gay when what now?
Yeah, you're a funny bastard.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I've been drinking. I'm halfway through a bottle of champagne.
No, you're all good, mate. So the beehives, I have no idea exactly what they mean. I think I learned about it once upon a time, but it's been a while. It's been about 10 years since I was involved.
Yeah.
So I think it's more so
okay.
just
If I remember correctly, the beehive was basically a sign or sigil or whatever you want to call it. Apparently, the Mormons, according to the Mormons, it stands for their nature or their culture, the culture that they like to promote. That they're busy as bees. Essentially, they want to foster like a Protestant work ethic or a German Protestant work ethic, if you will. Essentially, it's like a sign to remind them that they should stay busy, constantly working like bees.
Sounds about right. I couldn't say for sure, but yeah, no, that sounds pretty good to me.
Okay. Can you just for fun, you could change the subject if you want, but just for fun, can you teach us a little bit about the Mormons? Who are they? When I think of Mormons, at least here in the United States, I think of like, for lack of a better term, white people, white people, specifically Scandinavian people. Does that ring a bell or no?
No. So I think it started off as mostly white. However, it has kind of turned into an international organization.
It has actually. A couple years ago, I remember learning an interesting fact. Apparently, there are now more Mormons outside of the United States than in the United States, and that's already like a 10-year-old figure. Have you heard of that?
I haven't, but there's one thing that you have to be cautious of. Like the Mormon church likes to mess with their numbers. So people who have left are still considered members. They're just considered inactive. But they will still use those numbers when they count and promote those numbers.
I didn't know that. Are you guys a cult? Are Mormons a cult?
Okay, so this is an interesting topic. And I'm going to say yes. However, I'm also going to say that I think any organization is essentially a cult. Cult means growth. It's kind of like a like if you think of horticulture or aquaculture or anything that has that culture in it, or even like subculture or something like that, it's a new growth. It's a new form of life. It's a new lifestyle or whatever else. A business can be a cult, or usually is. It's pretty much a new organization, a new form of life. And so in that case, yes, it is. But pretty much anything, any organization can also be considered a cult.
Okay. Yeah, you had mentioned. I think you had mentioned you are a horticulturalist. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm studying horticulture at the moment. I won't be able to finish the qualification just because of vax or jab mandates.
Okay.
But I'm still studying it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually I'm a state of Illinois master gardener. It's an extension program through the University of Illinois. I can basically grow you anything. Horticulture is I love horticulture. Back when it was illegal, it is legal now, so I can say this. But I have helped set up a lot of grow rooms. You know what I mean when I say a grow room?
Yeah.
Yeah. A closet is a perfect place to do it. Think like college kids. They want to grow their own smoke. They don't want to get caught. Trafficking stuff is, you are at your highest level of risk when you're transporting things. So it's great to just grow local. And yeah, it was a nice big book, and you learned all about growing stuff and cloning, and just out of curiosity, what's your curiosity with horticulture? You just like to grow stuff, or you want to be a farmer, or what?
So pretty much when I've been able to select my courses and my fields of work and such, my focus has been developing skills and knowledge that could be useful or can be aligned with survivalism and prepping.
Okay.
Hence why they're focused on security, locksmithing, and now horticulture.
Okay. You live in a big city? You live in a small town? You live in the outback, or what?
So I'm kind of semi-rural, semi-township. I'm not that far. I'm probably about an hour and a half away from Melbourne. But there's lots of trees around here. It's pretty much bush, but there's quite a lot of homes as well.
Okay. If you can give us like a 1 minute, a 2 minute breakdown of Australia. I mean, what on the west coast you've got Perth, on the east coast you've got, on the southeast you've got Sydney. What, somewhere Adelaide, Melbourne is what, south and west of Sydney. Adelaide is north. I can't remember. I can't remember.
Right. So if you picture Australia in your head. In the west, pretty close to the most western part, down kind of like a little lower than centre of Australia. You've got Perth. So the west coast, a little bit lower than the centre. You've got Perth. That's the main city there. There's that kind of the civilization rolls around the southwest coast, essentially, that with small townships, mostly mining towns and stuff, spreading up. In the north, you've got Darwin. I don't know much about Darwin itself. I couldn't tell you the location. Down in the south, you've got South Australia, and the main city there is Adelaide. That one is
that's south of Sydney, right?
no. Adelaide is pretty much south of. So you look at the middle of Australia, and you go directly south. That's pretty much somewhere around there. Adelaide's going to be.
Okay,
And then you're looking at the east coast, towards the northern part. You've got Queensland, which is a state. In Queensland, you've got Brisbane, which is the main city.
Right. Okay. Yes, please keep going.
Then you head down a bit and you come to New South Wales. That's pretty much centre east. That's so centre going down and to the east. That's going to be Sydney. And then in New South Wales, in like a little bit central New South Wales south, you've got the ACT, or the Australian Capital Territory. And that's where Canberra is, which is kind of like the main political hub. Below New South Wales, and kind of taking up that southeast space, you've got Victoria. And then Melbourne is kind of in the kind of like the centre west, down on the coast. And then the island underneath, you've got Tasmania.
Tasmania, right. How is your dear leader Gladys Berserker like a Jerkaland?
So Gladys, that is Queensland. I'm in Victoria. So we've got Dan Andrews here, Dictator Dan.
Dictator Dan is what I hear you guys are calling him.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, his office has been shot up twice, but they always make sure that they have glazes, like glass glazes at the ready to replace the windows before sunup, so no one knows about it. But yeah, no one's taken him out yet.
Okay, not yet. Well, yeah, no, I was just speaking. I met my father today. I guess like 5 hours ago. My father, he was a cop. He was a Chicago cop, and he was in the United States Marine Corps for 11 years, and we were talking all about that today. We were talking about 100 different things, but one of the things we were talking about is, things can get real. Once people start like throwing stones and trying to kill you with the car, and yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like your country is falling into like a totalitarianism. I thought I heard, didn't your government say that everyone must be vaccinated or suffer like a $5,000 fine or something by December?
So if your state is in lockdown, and you are caught outside without a legitimate reason or a prescribed reason, which is going to the shops or having your daily hour or two of exercise, then yeah, you're facing quite large fines. They have said that whilst the jab isn't mandatory per se. If you don't take it, you will be kind of locked out of society, which has already taken place. So I can't work at the moment because I'm unjabbed. I've pretty much lost that job. It's labour hire, so my name's still on the list, but they don't have any clients that can take me. My schooling has been mostly online because of the lockdowns, but it goes back on Monday. But I can't attend campus because I'm not jabbed. The library, I can't use that because I'm not jabbed. Most workplaces, unless they're kind of in the grey market, not quite black market, but kind of in the middle there because they're not supposed to be operating. Those guys, you won't have to get jabbed, but they'll be facing fines, and so will you if you do work there. So yeah, shit has hit the fan, and it's pretty much
So
critical.
are you guys? I'm not talking about you, but are the general you? You know, in general, the general man on the street, the average Joe. Are you guys ready to start assassinating, overthrowing, pillaging, raping, robbing? I mean, are you guys just gonna bend over, or what's
Well, I think since 1996, and the so 1996 was the Port Arthur massacre. Depending on who you talk to, it was an inside job.
So they took all your guns.
Yeah, so they introduced the National Firearms Agreement and forced all states to agree to it. There was Queensland who stood up and said, no, we're not doing this. But then the federal government threatened to take away their GST, which is a general service tax. So the government would have lost out on a lot of money. So they begrudgingly agreed to it. But since that has been agreed to, all firearms and firearm matters are in the hands of the various state police forces. So all firearms are registered. All firearm owners are licensed. And depending on your class of firearm and what you own, and the reason for your license, you may have to do mandatory shoots. So if you own a firearm and your genuine reason is target shooting, you are mandated to participate in, say, 4 competitions a year.
What if your stated reason is you need to start shooting government officials?
They will say no. They will not give you that license. You cannot buy firearms, and they will probably bring you into a station to have a nice little chat with you.
Right. Okay. So
right now,
is it over? Have you guys just fallen into communism? Is that it?
Pretty much. So right now, like the current, since the first lockdown, the number of firearm applications, the amount of people wanting to get licensed and buy firearms, skyrocketed. And so the police are targeting firearm owners and pretty much eliminating as many licenses as they can for any reason they can find. So if you had mental health issues in the past, they'll get rid of your license or they'll reject your application. If you've had serious illness, they'll get rid of it because they'll say you're a suicide risk. If you're a veteran, they'll say no or get rid of it. If you cop a speeding fine or a COVID fine, the thing fine, then they'll cancel your license because you clearly don't care about, this is air quotes, you clearly don't care about public safety, and so it's in the public's best interest that you don't have firearms.
Right. Okay. So So really, they'll just look and find any reason to restrict your ability to defend yourself.
Exactly. So defending yourself isn't a legitimate reason for owning a firearm here. If you do use your firearm to defend yourself or another person, chances are you're going to face prison time or jail time. They will throw
Yeah.
book at you.
See, I don't like that. I'm wow. I mean, like so you know the name of my channel, right? What's the name of my channel? You know?
MGTOW Cowboy.
Yeah. So here in America, we do have like a cowboy culture. I'm half Mexican. What's that? I'm sorry.
I was going to reply to Elihu Youngblood. He's asked what would I call the current state of Australia, and I would say that it aptly fits the description of totalitarianism.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I was just having a conversation. I was just having a conversation with a registered nurse, not a woman, a man who's a very conservative. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been drinking some wine. And we were talking about the differences between authoritarianism and authoritarianism versus totalitarianism, and he was saying that there's a difference. Authoritarianism, they still allow people to kind of do what they want. They don't meddle in people's private lives. Totalitarianism, they do. Even if neither system wants you to question the government, but totalitarianism will actually it'll creep into your life. They'll find out whether you eat too much meat. If you're feeling depressed, or are you taking the proper amount, the proper dosage of SSRIs or selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. They try to get involved on all levels, and it seems like Australia is kind of moving in that direction.
No, I'd say we're already in that. I'd say we're already there. The situation that we're in is quite depressing and not very. It's not easily escapable. Like in America, you have the right to bear arms for the purpose of preventing tyrannical governments. Now, one could argue that you already have a tyrannical government that stole an election, and things are cooking up there. The government's targeting law-abiding citizens and people who are oath swearers, just like the government here is targeting people who are against these mandates. It's there you have a legal option and obligation. Here we have no such protection. If we wanted,
doesn't that bother you? I mean,
yeah, but I can't do anything about it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It definitely bothers me, but there's nothing I can do about it. Like there's no structure for me to follow. Anything that I'd want to do that goes against our government I'd be doing it as an outlaw. And it's like asking a Chinese person, doesn't that bother you? And why haven't you done anything about it? Like, what could you expect the ordinary Chinese citizen to do that would change the Chinese government?
Right. See, the thing is, I have this idea that, like, you're totally right. One person cannot make a difference. But if you could imagine, as hard as this is to imagine, let's say tomorrow, every single Chinese citizen, man, woman, and child, when they wake up tomorrow in the morning, they refuse to comply. They march on the Capitol. Essentially they all revolt at once. I'm convinced that they would win, It's just a matter of getting enough people to actually stand up. And
Yeah.
I'm convinced that this is like a worldwide thing. And that's, I don't know. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what I think I'm seeing now. I think what I see is all of these governments working in tandem. I shouldn't say in tandem. All of these governments working together in lockstep, all at the same time, and they're all pushing the same agenda. And so it almost seems like all of our governments have been taken over, and only now are they flexing their. Is it just me, or does it almost look like the world governments are coming together, and they're not making war against themselves anymore. They're making war on their own countrymen. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and it's definitely the case. I don't know if it's the World Economic Forum that's pushing it or the UN. I know a lot of the disarmament of Australia and the lowering of the national security, the I guess pussification of our military has definitely been part of the agenda from the United Nations, and I'd say they have had quite a bit of undue influence on the United States as well. But yeah, so it's definitely people versus government at the moment. However, unfortunately, even during the US Revolutionary War, there was still loyalists. There was only like a small fraction of people that rose up against the British Empire. And even then, you had so many different factions that they just had to kind of unite. But you can't expect the majority of the population to wake up one morning and say, you know what, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. That's just not how things work. It'd be great, and there's always that fantasy, but it just doesn't happen. So my approach is I'm fairly active in the pro-gun community here in Victoria. I am a pretty avid supporter of an organisation that tends to take the state police to court about pretty much every decision that they make in order to just cause more and more trouble for them. However, it's the influence is limited because the state police have taxpayer money, whereas we only have the funds of the members of the organisation. So the resources are heavily skewed. I've also started this organisation. This is, I guess, in a previous video that you made, you were talking with some other fellows about starting a secret society or a secret order or an order or something like that. This is me taking that initiative in order to do something like that. I'm creating an organisation which I hope to make Australia-wide that I guess could be comparable to the Freemasons or an organisation that is there to make change. However, it's a slow process. I'm not a rich man. I'm pretty close to the poverty line, and I now, because of these mandates, I don't have a stream of income. So I've got to worry about that as well. So it's slow, and progress is limited. It's just a very hard situation.
Yeah, I mean, well, I definitely agree with the latter statement or the very last statement you just made. It's a hard situation. You know, here in America, we basically started a revolution. I'm sure you may have heard of the Boston Tea Party. You know, the Boston Tea Party took place. I think there was a marginal increase, 1% or 2% increase in in tax on tea. I mean, it seems like not just Australians, but just people in general. 200, 300 years ago, you raise the tax on tea 1%, people are ready to kill you. Now in Australia, you take away people's ability to get a job, and no one will even rise up and do anything. I don't know. Maybe this is like a metaphysical thought, but in a way, sometimes I think that things have gotten so good. We've become so debaucherous, so complacent that things have to get much, much worse for people to even realize that there's a problem. Do you ever think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely noticed, at least here, that it's kind of like a constant. I guess I could make or see an equivalency of like waves just hitting a rock. It's just constant. They're constantly making little changes and constantly putting pressure on. It just comes in waves, and slowly it degrades. It's
Sure. I like to call that the I like to call that the totalitarian tiptoe. They just keep coming little by little. They try to take as much of a big step as possible, but they'll take small steps. If that works too. Anything, just keep promoting the agenda.
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, just to answer that comment. You said to the guest, in theory, would the government allow you to move out of the city? Would the movement restrictions rule out relocation? From what I understand, moving between states is quite restricted. I believe some states require you to be jabbed before you can enter.
Wow. You guys are fucking slaves.
Yeah, I have been for a long time. Like, this is just making it super obvious, though. Like, I've been aware that it's been like this for a long time.
So what's the problem? How come hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Australian men don't wake up tomorrow and just say, fuck it, if I don't have a gun, I'm just going to take this bat, I'm going to get together with the other, the local boys, and we're all going to head down to the provincial capital, and we're going to demand an overthrow of the government. This is no longer representative government.
Because that sounds all romantic and great, but it just wouldn't work out. So let's say
it's not. There's nothing romantic about it. I don't know if you've ever heard about Chicago. There's at least in any given weekend, you could have over 100 people shot in one 48-hour period. I mean, you guys don't have guns anymore, but you can still, I don't know.
Like, I own a few firearms. I own a 308 bolt action, a 30-30 lever action, and a 22 bolt action. If you were to ask, why haven't you shot anyone? It's because I don't really see the country as being worth dying for. And I pretty much have to agree with Undead Chronic with a lot of what he says about that. Two, if I did do something like that, all they would do is start rounding up the firearms. And a lot of people just don't have that attitude that Americans have, where you're going to have to take it from my cold, dead hands. Whilst I certainly, that would be the situation for me if they started rounding them up. I don't think going out of my way in order to cause that for other people would be overly that effective. Because let's say I was super good and I managed to wipe out 10 people. All that would happen is they'd replace them. They've got systems and institutions set up. If I went on a rampage, right, maybe
No,
I'd
no,
get.
no, 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 no. I'm not a fan of that. I am in no way advocating that sort of behavior. What I'm saying is, why is it that it seems to me, and it's not just you, it's not just the Australians. At this point, you could say it's global. What is the problem? How come we cannot get people on a mass level to organize to affect political change? What do you think the problem is? I think I know. I think it all has to do with men being emasculated mostly by women.
I definitely see that as contributing to the situation, and I think that as good as MGTOW is, and I thoroughly support it, I can see it being as a contribution to the problem, because you've got these men that aren't willing to sacrifice and die for the country anymore, or for the people, because they have nothing to gain from it.
And like you said, like you just said it a second ago, and you were just mentioned Undead Chronic. There's nothing to fight for. What are we going to fight for? This isn't my country anymore.
That's it. And so even if all the, I guess, MGTOW guys decided to band together and do something about it, what would you be fighting for? It's to take it back to the normal of what it was. I mean, all it's going to do is just pass the buck down the line, and the shit's going to happen again at some point.
Well, maybe, but maybe we could reset it. It won't happen again for another 280 years, 300 years. Who knows? Who knows? At this point, I'd like to bring up the Tytler cycle. Have you ever heard of the Tytler cycle?
Is that the strong men, good times, weak men, weak men?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's related. The Tytler cycle is a much more in-depth academic researched version of that. But yes, I can't remember. I can't even remember, and I'm drunk at this point. I've been drinking an entire bottle of champagne while we've been talking, so I'm feeling very good. The Tytler cycle has more steps. I think the Tytler cycle has like 9 or 11 steps, something like that, and it talks about how it is a theory put forth by, again, this guy Tytler, I think is his name. If anyone wants to look it up in the chat, you can let us know how many steps there are. He basically says that this is almost inevitable. It's a cyclical phenomenon that occurs within humanity where people go in and out of bondage. People go in and out of slavery. Whatever, you can start at the top, you can start at the bottom. Let's say you start at the top and people are free. People are free, everything is good. And what ends up happening is a decay sets in. I can't remember all the steps. It's like freedom, and then hubris, and then despondency. I can't remember all of them. Complacency, dependency, bondage, moral courage. And basically, it's exactly what you just said. When one of the worst things you can do for a society is to make it, or to give it, prosperity. When prosperity sets in, people become despondent, people become complacent, and then the next thing you know, it's Australia, and everyone's all locked down, and Dan is taking away all your rights, and Gladys is saying that everyone's got to get a shot. And the next thing you know, Gladys gets kicked out, and it turns out that she's totally corrupt. And but the people are so demoralized. The people are so people have become so immoral and debauched that they allow it. In fact, I have a pet theory. I think that, and not just in Australia, this is worldwide. I think that they're purposely showing us how corrupt they are, and it's on purpose. They're the word I want to look for. It's like they're making fun of us. They're mocking us. They're burlesquing us. They're purposely burlesquing us. They're making fun of us. They're saying, look, you guys are slaves. Look at what we're doing to you. Look what you're putting up with. You got to wear a mask or you get locked up. but Jeff Bezos, he's going to space. Elon Musk, he don't wear a mask. He's sending rockets to space. You can't even leave New South Wales, but he's going to space, and people see that, and I think they're doing this, and I think they're doing this on purpose. And there's a number of reasons. The biggest reason is to demoralize you, to get people to accept this what they even know is to be. Man, I was at the store today buying some booze. I was at the store today buying some champagne. I saw a guy wearing 2 masks. Can you believe that?
I can believe it. I think it's nonsense, but I can believe it.
Imagine how mentally ill he must be. I wear a mask when I go in the store, not because I believe in any of this, but because I know I can get a ticket. I don't want any trouble, and everyone else is doing it, so you got to do what everyone else is doing, right? But why is he wearing 2 masks? Does he really believe this shit? I mean, I don't know, man. I live in Chicago. I live like 5 minutes outside of Chicago. My goal now is to move to Texas, to buy a piece of land. My dad is a former cop. He's got tons of guns, rifles, all that shit. My goal now is to get a piece of land, get a couple guns, and obviously, I'm a trucker, so I'm going to keep trucking as long as I can. But I think, at least in certain parts of the country in America, this is going to come down to violence.
Yep.
I will not allow the government to inject. I will not allow the government to inject chemicals in my body. Yeah.
Yep. So, I'm refusing to take it. I don't wear masks. So they've also got QR check-ins everywhere you go. I'm not taking part in that. I'm going to stand strong with that sort of stuff. But they are passing a bill in order to start moving unvaccinated people to quarantine sites. There's a bit of a petition going around in order to prevent that. But it's clearly obvious what they're trying to do. I also would like to get some land, but I think there's a lot of us guys, especially Red Pill or MGTOW guys, if they're in Victoria, that they're going to start struggling financially. And they'll be on welfare, something that we call Centrelink. That's the name of the organisation. But that Centrelink is going to start rejecting applications, and they already have because you lost your job because you didn't get the jab.
Right. They're basically saying that if you refuse on the grounds of not wanting the jab, you no longer you're no longer it's no longer acceptable for you no longer qualify for it.
That's right. It's you are no longer. They've pretty much cut us out of society, essentially. Turned us into outlaws.
But why does society belong to them and not us? Who gets to dictate? Who gets to say who belongs in society and who doesn't? Have you ever thought of that concept?
The people with the guns.
The people with the biggest guns. Right. So, at this point, I've come to the idea that have you ever heard of people like like Vinny Eastwood or like Max Igan, Mark Passio, Michael Tessarian, any of these people?
No,
that's all right. These people, they talk about like law, natural law. Have you heard of Alex Jones?
I have.
You have, okay. So, when you listen to Alex Jones, he says, this is all part of the process. Like, so what these people want to do is like they want to kill us, frankly. And but they don't just want to kill us. They want to burlesque us. They want to mock us and make fun of us as they do it to us, because it's their way of not taking any personal responsibility for what they're doing to us, because essentially they manufacture consent. They get us to go along with our own destruction. Have you heard of any of this?
Yes, I have.
Okay, that's what I think is going on. Like, I was talking to my dad today, and my father and I, 4 years ago, my father and I, we had a sort of a falling out. I kind of assaulted him. I beat him up. I beat up 2 Chicago police officers, and I put my father in a hospital for 5, I can't remember. I'm drunk now. 5 days. It was terrible. I mean, it was wonderful, but it was terrible, And I just remember, like, wow, like, I was inebriated at the time, but I very quickly came to my senses and realized the gravity of the situation. I don't consider myself a criminal, but I got into a fight with my stepmom. My stepmom was also a police officer. She was caught cheating. I had become very resentful. It broke into a fight. All of this boiled over. I don't consider myself a criminal, but all of a sudden I found myself, in jail. I needed a lawyer. The full weight of the U.S. legal system was against me, and I'm thinking to myself, how is it that this woman can lie and cheat, and she has all this power, and I see myself as a good person, but now I'm being persecuted as a criminal. And I came to realize that, and I firmly believe this, I think that we're reaching a point where the evil people of the world, if you want to call them that, the evil people of the world have taken control of the government, of the world, of all the world's governments. And I think we're getting to a point where there's going to be violence in our lifetime. And that's basically one of the main messages I disseminate at this point. Do you want to tie that in with MGTOW, or where you see yourself as an Australian?
Sure. So, I mean, I made myself. I'll just put this little snippet in, and then I'll get back to the subject. I made myself the promise that if America heads into a civil war, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to fight.
That's one of the first things I was going to say. Why don't you just leave Australia? Why don't you just come to Texas?
Like I said, I'm pretty close to the poverty line, so I don't have the money. And I'd have to get a green card. If Texas
no, you don't. Just be like the Mexicans. The Mexicans just come here. It's all illegal. Just come through Mexico.
Yeah, I'm not sure
I'm
if
serious.
I'm
I'm half Mexican. What? I mean, I'm literally telling you. At what point are you going to realize you don't have anything to lose? I'm telling you honestly. I put my father in the hospital. He spent almost a week in hospital. You can get to a point where you got nothing left to lose. They say violence is the language of the oppressed. I mean, can't you just, like, I don't know, build a fucking raft and sail to the west coast of Mexico? You can gerrymander some shit together. Once you hit Mexico, assuming you don't crash out like on a shoal in like Polynesia, Micronesia, Macronesia, I don't know, whatever. Take a bus from the western Mexico area to the border and cross over, just like all the Mexicans. That sounds like a plan.
I'm a big white fella. All right, I would likely get kidnapped and held for ransom, and that's
Yeah.
pretty much how it would go. I'd imagine. I would. I've considered it. I think another option that I've considered is having, if I can get a decent group together here, and then kind of working together in order to start an organization in America, and then bringing the people over on like sponsorships. And then, you start sponsoring people to get their visas, and then slowly they can become citizens there. But it'd take time and resources in order to do it. And I could create like I'm planning on creating a monastic community here. So same thing could be done there. You get some land, some infrastructure, and you start just like self-sustainable farming, or sustenance farming. Doing some.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of that. I sort of want to do the same thing. Again, though, the point I'm trying to make is I see that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I support that. I have no problem with that. What I'm saying, though, is you're taking a defensive posture. You're running away. You're running away. Do you think it might get to a point where people, just out of sheer desperation, they have to take an offensive measure? They literally have to. Do you think it could get to a point in your lifetime where there is nothing left to lose? You're thinking about buying a piece of land. What if you're just told you're not allowed to own private land anymore, and you got to show up? You got to get on the cattle car, and they're going to take you. And they're going to take you to a concentration camp. I'm sorry, a work center. I'm sorry, a re-education.
Quarantine station. Yeah. I see what you're doing.
Camp. That's what they're going to do. Yeah, a quarantine camp. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, which is already in the process of.
At what point do you think At what point do you think people are going to start fighting back? Or they're just not. They're just going to line up and get in the cattle cars?
I think some people will. Just like some people have just taken the jab because they can't deal with the pressure. They didn't want to get it, but they also didn't want to miss out on money and losing their jobs and all that sort of stuff. Most people aren't willing to make those sacrifices. But those that are and are willing to turn to violence, many of them will keep backing up until they're absolutely flat dead against the wall. Then at that point, that's when. Do you know much about explosives?
No, I don't.
Well, you might know about this part. Like, you get an explosive, right? And you put it in something like some kind of container that's highly sealed up tight, right? When that explosive goes off, if it's quite pressured, it just makes that explosion so much bigger. So I think, they're pushing and pushing and pushing people until they have no other option other than to fight back, and they will. But I think they'll need help. Because at that point, the government will have pretty much total say over how much force they can use and deem it necessary. And the people can't do anything about it. And so it may come to the point where, if any sort of instance of resistance will lead to your death. And that's when I think, a lot more people will start doing some very nasty things. But until then, it's just going to take time. I think most people are just kind of keeping their heads down, just looking after them and their own, and just waiting for that knock on the door before they really start swinging. But I just want to address some of the comments.
Sure, go ahead.
Scotty's side has said that he's happy to help, or that he will help me financially in order to get over there. Look, I'll take that offer. Whether we want to do it so it's we just get a 30-day visa, and then I just
And then
overstay
fuck
it.
Yeah, after the 30-day visa, just fucking stay. I mean, you know, it'll be like the new underground railroad. You know, you can just stay in various people's houses, and I know it sounds crazy, I know, but not really, not really. I really do think it's getting to the point now where the government, and they're all working together. I really do think like the people that run the ultra rich, their goal now is to form like a one world government, and really what they want is they want everyone to comply. Their ultimate goal is to form a one world government and to force all of us, I shouldn't say all of us, but the majority of us, 9 out of 10 of us, to self-delete, to just kind of, just die. I mean, God, like you don't deserve a house or a wife, or a career, or high level of health care. We got machines now, and there's this bug, and so because there's this bug, there's this like virus thing, so you can't have guns anymore, you can't own private property, you can't travel, but but there's a bug, because of this bug, you can't travel. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's so obvious what's really going on. The ultra rich, they're making war against us. They're claiming it's all in the name of public health, public safety. No, it's not. No, it's not. They're trying to form a one world government, and they're emasculating all the men. They're pouring tons of immigrants in various countries to create all this social, political, societal, political imbalance. They're fucking with us. And the problem is that ultimately they're fucking with our existence. They're actually trying to kill us. That's really what's going on.
Yeah.
And I think, what's that? I'm sorry?
I was going to say depopulation has been on the menu for a long time now.
Yeah, of course. But I think that what's going on so much is like so many people, like no one wants to be the fucking first guy to say fuck you and to actually make war. Who wants to make war? I mean, we all want to live in peace. The first guy who makes war, he knows the second he picks up a bat, the second he he makes some like napalm from gasoline and styrofoam and put it in a pot, and you start at about 250, you slowly raise it up to about 300. I'm not saying anyone should do this, and stir it real nice and slowly, put in a container. Of course, I'm not telling anyone to do anything, but the point is, when you start, when you actually pick up a weapon and you start fighting, you're throwing away your life. You're suiciding a portion of your being that can never come back.
Yeah.
You're crossing a line that you can never go back from. It's like jumping off of a skyscraper. You can't just take it back. So it's like, and then I listen to people like Alex Jones, and I listen to him, I listen to other people, we're either going to allow this to happen to us or we're not. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really what's going to happen. I like to think that I'm a person who will fight. I think I am. I have a history. I mean, at this point, I think it's fair to say, I don't know. I was kind of a scrapper. I've always been somewhat of a scrapper. Let's see. I I'm not admitting to this, but some people would say, let's see, I've beat up my mom, I've beat up my stepmom, I put my dad in the hospital for a week, slapped around two of my three sisters. I'm like, I've gotten in many. Some people would say I've gotten into many bar fights. I think we're at a stage where people need to start. People need to stop going along to get along. And
you certainly can't comply your way
maybe
into
not.
freedom.
Maybe not. Maybe we should all just take the fucking shot, bend over, take it in the ass, and then the shot will give us all, Bell's palsy and cancer, and the ultra rich will get what they want because they should get, because the earth belongs to them, not to us, because they said so. Right? You agree with that, right?
No. And I certainly think that we as MGTOW guys need to realize that the situation that we're in is quite dire. And as much as many of us like the idea of being lone wolves and all those romantic terms, we just won't make it like that. We need to be able to organize in group because we've got to look out for one another. But in saying that, there are a few more comments that I want to address. Sorry, mate.
No. Go ahead. At this point, I'm totally out of control. I finished the bottle of Champ. At this point, I am the official Champ. And in fact, I'm going to make you the honorary host of my show tonight, the Bushmaster Man. Go ahead.
Okay, so MGTOW Matty says, "Am I a Master 5?" Now, what he means by that is, I said that I was a boat captain, or a qualified boat captain. No. So I have my coxswain's license, my coxswain's 1. So that just means that it's currently expired, but it just meant that I could captain boats up to 12 meters with diesel engines. Got a few people here just making suggestions for how to get to America. Okay, so no, I think that was just the main one. That was more of a question. My phone's about 10% battery, but yeah, man. Look, I think that we fellas need to group up. We need to start focusing on being able to be self-sufficient as a group. Like, no man is an island. No man is going to be able to do everything himself. You might be able to do some stuff by yourself, but really no way to live. And yeah, if they start hunting people down, you're gonna, whilst you can be a bit more invisible by yourself, but with the technology that's out there nowadays, you're better off in groups.
Yeah. So let me steal the conversation from you for a second. So I take it to a much higher level. I understand what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. I don't disagree with anything that you've said thus far concerning self-sufficiency. Although I think that what is needed is nothing less than what I would categorize as a total revamp, a total you could call it a renaissance. There needs to be a total paradigm shift in the mentality of the average person. I can't even say in this country and that in France, in Spain. No. This is worldwide. We need and we will, because these people won't stop. It will get to the point where they're quarantining people, force vaccinating. There's going to be murders. People are going to show up. They're going to try to grab you and throw you in a van. You're going to have
people in a large on a large scale to just say, you know what, I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. And they just walk down the street. They just walk next door. They knock on their neighbor's door, and they're going to say, "I'm tired of this." And then, you know, you're going to do this and do this and do this. And the next thing you're going to have is you're going to have hundreds of thousands of people marching on the state capitals here in the States, or you're going to have, 500,000 people flooding into New South Wales, and you're going to have a million people outside of what's it called, Canberra in Australia,
Canberra.
Canberra. The isn't that where all your politicians hang out?
Yeah.
And they're just going to
It's a
say
federal-
you're illegitimate, and we don't believe in anything that you're saying. And they're going to say, "Oh, whoa, you're terrorists." It's like, no. We're not terrorists. You're terrorists. Who is the terrorist? They're going to call us terrorists.
But they have the state media at their disposal. They have the big voices.
And that's the thing. This is where the hard part comes in. You have to dig deep. You have to understand that, like, a small percentage of the people are going to die, because what they're going to do is they're not going to give up power voluntarily. They're just not. These people are emotionally. Some people would say they're insane, or they're like psychologically imbalanced. They're not going to give up power, and so essentially we need to overthrow them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not calling for violence. There is no need for violence, if you understand what I'm saying. You can have 1% of the population to overthrow them violently. I'm saying we need 15 or 20% of the population to overthrow them peacefully. You just show up. You say, we know what you're doing. What you're doing is illegal. You're killing people. You're destroying lives. You're literally destroying tens of millions of people's lives. This is all illegal. We're not going to give up. We're not leaving. You can start shooting us if you want. They don't even have enough bullets. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The power is with the people, but the people will not unite. The people will not unite. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think I do not believe that it can be done without violence. I mean, history has just proven that incorrect. Like you've had Gandhi.
That's not true. That's not true. That's a very common argument, and there is some, especially historically, going back in the past. There's more examples of violent revolution than nonviolent. But as we have moved into modern history, there increasingly are more examples of nonviolent revolution. I can give you many. You want a couple of examples?
I would appreciate them.
Sure. Think of like in the Ukraine, what's it called? The color revolution. You've got what was it in Hungary, Romania? God damn it! What was it? Nikolai Ceausescu? I think it was in Hungary. Now it's true. He was shot. Him and his wife were machine gunned. That's true. They were killed. But there was no large-scale civil war. You had a couple of people. You have like 17. You have like a 27-man strike force. They hit his compound or his presidential palace. They took him. They kidnapped him. They brought him to a court. They tried him. He was found guilty, and then he was summarily executed outside behind the courthouse. There was no 2-year civil war where half the population was murdered. It was him and his wife. They were shot. That was it. Let's see. There have been other revolutions. Trying to think of a couple more. What was it? Ukraine, Hungary. Weren't there more? Thinking of these other countries. I'm sorry. I was thinking of one or two more. Now, see, the problem is I'm drunk.
You know, I
Yep.
become a drunk fool. No, I mean, you're right. Violence is always there. And don't get me wrong, they're going to be violent. They're going to be violent to us. The problem is the more peaceful we are, and at the same time, the more violent they are towards us, the more that they lose legitimacy. You know, what's the old saying? The best way to overthrow a tyrannical government is by forcing the government to act tyrannical. When people see that you have these people, peaceful protesters who are not willing to go away, they keep coming back in the streets every day, day after day, week after week, month after month. It so undermines the legitimacy of the government. The government actually ends up having one of two choices. They have to do what the people say, or they have to brutally suppress. And when the government brutally suppresses, they lose credibility. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, believe me. How old are you again? You're 27? You're 27, right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, you know, I used to think like you, like, no, there's no other way. It's got to be violence. We got to start brilliant. We start bombing, you know, we start bombing police stations. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. We need to get people to think like us and just say, I'm not going along with you anymore. I'm not going to take another booster shot. I'm not going to take another booster shot. Yes, I have a right to buy groceries. You cannot tell me I can't go into a goddamn grocery store, but that's what they're doing. You can't travel. You can't go into a grocery store. You can't work. You can't work? Come on. When are people going to wake up and just say, this is genocide? That's all it is.
Look,
It's just genocide.
I'm
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm not playing along with the mandates and rules that they're putting down. A lot of Americans aren't either, and that's why you have the government punishing them with pretty much financial destruction. You've got the cargo ships that are being held back for pathetic reasons, but it's just to cause more and more struggle for the average person in order to bring about compliance. And if you were to have or make the government commit acts of atrocity, that really only helps or works if you've got a bigger, badder person willing to back you. And Australia and the US, they don't. Like, maybe Russia or China could offer, but I mean, people probably wouldn't take that. They'd rather just sort it out themselves. Now, the United Nations have laws, and there are laws of war that allow for what they term belligerents or freedom fighters. However, you don't really get special protections. You can become a prisoner of war. However, it's very murky, and oftentimes the state will just kill you and call you a terrorist. And I mean, if you're dead, it doesn't really help you.
So let the government call you whatever they want. This is what I'm saying. It's like this is like again, I really do think like we're just gonna have to go into this. We're gonna need suffering. I have become convinced we need suffering. My father is or was a former Marine, a United States Marine. You ever hear of the United States Marine Corps?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Everyone's heard of it.
Okay. So, if you know anything about the Marines, they pride themselves on I don't want to call it like self-flagellation, but it's a program, and part of the program is there is a certain amount of suffering, and that's okay, because like the proverbial, like the mythological phoenix, you rise again from the ashes. What if 1% or 2% or 4% of the world population just had to die in a big war, in a series of overthrows. You know, I'm not saying that that's good. I'm saying that it seems to me that people want to live, people want to be free. But there's a small cadre of the population, typically the ultra rich, they don't like that. Once they become rich, they want to close the door. They don't want anyone else becoming rich like them. They don't want to share the resources. So they create a system, several systems of control, social system, legal system, and they want to basically outlaw everything that the average person needs to survive and to do well. We're gonna we're gonna get exactly what we deserve. I really do think that. I think that you Aussies are in a. I can't even imagine living in Australia right now. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Anything else?
I mean, not really, my dude.
So why don't you build a boat? Just build a fucking boat, and then just sail to Texas, and then I'll meet you there, and we'll set up an apple. We'll set up an apple orchard, and then we'll get you into trucking. We'll get some guns. We'll get some bitches. You like bitches, don't you?
I mean, I'm biologically attracted to them. I tend to despise them a bit, though.
Yeah. All right, well, let me change the subject for a second, just because, I mean, honestly, I'm sorry to say it, but it's really true. Australian women are so hot. Can you talk about that for a second? Like you know, I'm half German and I'm half Mexican. I'm fairly light skinned. I tend to like European girls, white girls, and Australian girls are really, really hot. Can you talk about that for a second? Is every girl in your country just a redhead?
No, very few are redheads. I mean, there was a lot of Irish immigration pretty early on, and with the convicts and stuff as well. I sure I find them attractive. However, pretty similar to America, where most of them are just sluts. Most of them really have no real value as partners, or they're not really fit to be mothers of children. So yeah, I mean, they can, look good, but I think at this point, there's just more to it than that. And those looks are going to fade. And if you've got nothing else of value to offer, then you're shit out of luck. I don't really want to fucking simp for them or anything like that. It's I'm monk. I tend to avoid them for the most part. I'm sure at some stage I'll probably, well, yeah, I guess it depends on what happens in the near future, if I end up going over to America or if I stay here, and what happens. But at some point I'll probably turn to go into prostitutes or something, just because.
Sure. I was just about to bring that up. So I'll just come out and say it. So I'm 37 now. The last time I dated, I was 31. I was 30. We were dating, and we did it for a year. We broke up. I can't remember. After I was 31, I just turned. I'm sorry. I'm not 37. I'm not 37 anymore. My birthday was just a couple of days ago. I'm 38 now. I haven't dated in like 7 years. At this point, I hire pros. I'll speak in euphemisms so that you understand me. But I would recommend people not speak too directly yet. But yeah, I mean, I made a couple videos about it. Please check it out. In fact, if I can plug my own video right now, it's called Where the Rainbow Ends. Where the Rainbow Ends. It's a reference from the movie. You ever heard the movie Eyes Wide Shut?
I have, yes.
Yeah. One of my favorite movies. By far my most favorite director, Stanley Kubrick. I really think he was onto something. He was actually trying to let us know what's going on. Yeah, Where the Rainbow Ends. I talk about it. You know, so I live in Chicago. It's a major like urban center. There's a lot of people, and there's a lot of nightlife. And see, I have this idea that like, you're a man and you should get what you want. I don't, I'll just come out and say it, like I promote men getting what they want, and if one of the ways you get what you want is not technically considered legal, I'm not necessarily against that. There's girls out there and they need help, and you want to help them, and they want to help you out by the angle of your dangle is dependent on the heat of your meat. If that makes any sense.
Yep.
So what I'm trying to say is, don't get it, man. Get it. Anyway you gotta get it, you get it. Because from my experience, a man that doesn't get it at all actually becomes mentally ill. I really mean that. It's okay to have sex. It really is. Don't, I mean, I don't know, man. I know it sounds crazy. I say this with all due respect, Bushmaster. You're really young. You're really young to go monk. Are you sure you want to go monk? You're right. I mean, come on.
Look,
have you ever? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like, I do have that drive still. Like, my body is still telling me, like fuck.
Yeah, good. It should.
However,
good. Do that.
However,
Find some redhead.
I've got I'm thinking with my big head. Like it's.
Yes, of course. So do I. That's why I don't have any kids. I don't have a wife, but it's okay to get it in. You should still get it in. In fact, if you don't get it, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think with this group that I'm starting, I think it would be good at some point to create, if it can be turned into like a legitimate or even maybe like a religious institution. Then we could look at having, say, the monastic side for the guys that focuses on survivalism, prepping, firearms, that sort of stuff. And then we could have like a nunnery or like a female side where, they do things that helps provide for themselves financially, but we can still have like a partner each or
you're still fucking.
Yeah, but there's like a transaction there. They get something, we get something, but it's all the assets are under a trust or an organization, so much so that if they decide to leave and the guys are volunteers for the organization, they don't make that income to pay the alimony or
Sure.
they don't own the bets in order to have it handed over to them.
Sure. I agree. That sounds good. I wouldn't be against that. That sounds right up my alley. That sounds like right up my alley. I want to tell you a quick story. It's a true story. Very, very unfortunate. It's very sad, but it's true. I was thinking about making a video about this. I probably will, but I'll just share this right now. I'm still gonna make a video. There was a girl. Not there is a girl. There was a girl. There was a girl. I knew her. I met her through a friend. another girl, and these girls are girls who work. Some people might use the term ladies of the night or whatever you want to call it. These are working girls, girls who work. And I met one, and then one introduced me to the other, and we became fast friends. And I started seeing them both, and we enjoy each other's company, if you understand what I'm saying. And she unfortunately fell into, I don't know, some sort of depression. Anyway, long story short, back in July, she unfortunately overdosed and died at a very young age. I think she was in her she was in her early 40s. And of course, that's very early. It's very, very young to pass on. But the point is, I'm not married. I'm not married. I don't have kids, but people still come together and they form associations. You could use the term families. I just really don't like how the way things are going. The government is just like taking over everything. Like it's the way you're talking to me right now, Bushmaster. You're talking about we got to set up a trust. It's like, oh my, we got to set up a foundation. It's like, really what you're saying is there are so many extra steps that we have to take now as basic human beings, trying to just live out our regular life. We're basically just trying to meet our basic needs, to fulfill our basic biological imperatives. We're not allowed to do it. We're being criminalized and pathologized on every side, when it's just normal for men and women to come together and form families. But the government ultimately is taking. I'm basically just coming out and just indicting the government. It's getting to the point where the government is the single biggest problem of humanity. Do you see that, or is it just me? Maybe it's just bottle of wine. Maybe it's just bottle of champ. I'm like the champ right now. Does any of that make any sense, or do I sound drunk?
No, it makes sense. I'll probably make this my last point, just so Will gets a chance to have a say. But I think that if you look at places like Africa, there have been NGOs, which are non-government organizations, which have been working over there in order to promote mostly 3 or 4 different things. Got female empowerment, female education.
Empowerment. Yeah, got to lower that population.
That's it. And female education and female family planning. And then, safe sex practices. So they're trying to put the women at the heads of the households, because when the women are submissive to the men, then breeding happens. When they make the women more aggressive, the mating doesn't happen. When they get the women to focus on careers, the mating doesn't happen. And they're doing the same thing all over the world, quite drastically in the West, where they're doing these things in order to lower the population. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. And the sad thing is, in a roundabout way, I actually agree with them. I don't disagree with what the ruling elite are doing on some aspects. I really do think that we as humanity need to take more responsibility. We need to be more accountable about our reproduction. I just don't want to be like a forced guinea pig in some sort of like worldwide. I say it all the time. This like worldwide Rockefeller eugenics operation where I gotta start taking chemicals in my body, and I don't want to do that. So I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. I think I don't think the world is overpopulated. I think our way of life is unsustainable. And in that case,
Well,
if we were to continue living the
isn't that? I mean, not to play devil's advocate, but isn't that basically saying the same thing? I mean, you just said the world's not overpopulated, but for the numbers that we have, at the same time holding, so I disagree with you. Is what I'm trying to say. Do we either have to lower the standard of living of the average person, or we have to maintain the standard of living and lower the population? Either we can, either everyone has to live like a Chinese person, or we have to lower the population so that everyone can live like an American. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. And yeah, to I don't know about living like a Chinese person, but it'll take a dramatic lifestyle change, which I think is doable, and I think a lot of people would enjoy that lifestyle more than what we have now. Because I mean, if you think about it, like we have all these technological advances and this modern lifestyle, but so many people are on antidepressants, so many people are addicts to substances, so many people are killing themselves. People just are rejecting this lifestyle. People are alone. People just aren't enjoying the lives that they have. So as intimidating as it can be, I think that we can create a new lifestyle, and I think it can be something better than what we have, and sustainable or even beneficial. Because if you think about it, most animals, and this is to quote Agent Smith from The Matrix, but most animals, organisms create or develop an equilibrium with the world around them. And I think we tend to take and take and take. And we don't really put much back. I think if we start focusing on putting more back and taking less, we would enjoy life a lot more, and we could sustain more people. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
No, I think that's a good opinion. I would agree with some of that. Let me change the subject wildly. I want to be educated. Can you talk to us? I like to leave my live streams up for days. Hundreds of people will probably see this. Can you talk to us about? There's an ethnic group in your country. I believe they're called Aborigines. Aborigines. Yeah. Can you talk about these people? Are they seen as like the underclass of your country? Can you talk about them? Are they what part of Australia do they come from? Are they just everywhere? Are they only in the outback, or are they they're a minority? Is that correct? What
Yeah.
Can you talk about the Aborigines?
Okay, so I mean, it's not too different to the Aboriginals that you have in your country, or the Native Americans. I mean, they were once, all over Australia. They were brutalized early on. That was kind of a bit of back and forth, though. Like some guerrilla warfare was going on there. And now most of them live in the Northern Territory. Other places around.
Wait! Stop! What? So talk about that. You just used a term called the Northern Territory. So most of them are not in the southern half of Australia?
No, that's correct. Like there are, the Northern Territory seems to be like the hot spot. It's like I think that's where they were least affected. I don't think we ship all the Aboriginals to Northern Territory. I don't think that happened. I think that was just kind of like that native group that was there still developed and still lasted.
So they were the ones who kind of persevered, and they still exist today. They still survive. So all the Aborigines in southern Australia, they're no longer there. Or most of them are not, but most of them are in the southern. I'm sorry, the the regions of Australia.
No, so they're pretty much spread fairly wide across Australia, even in urban centres. In urban centres or more townships or whatever you want to call them, they tend to have groups that they call mobs, and it can be hard to tell if someone's Aboriginal because, unlike, say, African Americans, the Aboriginals, if they breed with white people, they can start to lose their dark skin as the generations go, and so there are a lot
That's
of.
what I've heard. I've heard most Aborigines at this point have sort of been bred out. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, and a lot of them do look white. Like some of them might have like a bigger nose, or you can see some distinct features, and you can tell. Okay, yeah, no, that person's got Aboriginal in them. But yeah, there's a lot of Aboriginals won't accept white Aboriginals because they say, "Look, you're not a black fella like us." So it's hard for those mixed people. Like I've got a little bit of Aboriginal in me, but I look like a German. Yeah, it wouldn't really be able to be seen. And I think the trouble that comes with it is one, like those tribal identities have been destroyed. And they may not necessarily fit in with the white people, but they don't get accepted by the black people either. And so they've kind of got like they're stranded on their own without much of an identity.
Well, they could start their own group, open up a chain of restaurants.
Yeah, I don't know if that's quite how it works, but they I think for the most part, by default, if they're not accepted into a tribe already, they'll just stick with white culture or Western culture. But yeah, there's still plenty of them kicking around. There are a lot of problems in those sorts of communities with like alcoholism, sugar addiction, drugs, lots of domestic violence and abuse.
Sure. It's very, very similar here in the U.S. The Native American Indian population, they are renowned. They're extremely famous for exactly everything you just said. High levels of domestic problems, legendary alcoholism. Just a quick aside, I'm from Chicago, but I went to university in South Dakota. South Dakota has the largest Native American Indian reservation in the country. It's called Rosebud. Colloquially, they call it the Res. The Res stands for the reservation. It's larger than the state of Rhode Island. It's huge. It's ginormous. It's like the southern, like the entire southwestern corner of the state. It's huge. They got their own police force, everything. And yeah, it sounds like they suffer from the same problems. Would you say that? Can you talk a little bit about like the Aborigines that today? Like, are they well integrated? Do they stay on their own? Are they a growing population? Are they diminishing? Has their political power waned? Has it grown? Do people even call themselves Aborigines anymore? They're just all assimilated. Do they have their own language?
Yeah, so a lot of the languages did go extinct, but the surviving groups, they've somewhat assimilated. Like they don't run around naked and carry spears and stuff, but they'll still they'll tend to wear like Western clothing and drive vehicles and stuff, and they'll still maybe go into the bush and grab something called bush tucker, which is just essentially hunting food or foraging. They do tend to have their own areas or land and land rights. Sometimes they get trampled though. I guess you could liken their territories to Indian reservations. But typically some of the Aboriginal land has a bit more as far as resources go. So they weren't just given barren land and said, here you go. I don't know about their populations. I don't know if they're increasing or decreasing. You have a lot of benefits for them, like a lot of say Aboriginals or Torres Strait Islanders are encouraged to apply for work because those employments or those places can get money or like subsidies from the government for hiring them. Then not as much is expected of them. But
Did you just say not much is expected of them?
Yes.
Okay. That segues very well into. So I was just about to bring up. Have you ever heard of a book called The Bell Curve?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So The Bell Curve is it is a very famous book. It was written by two Americans. I think one of them was like a sociologist, another one was like an anthropologist. Anyway, the book talks about you could use the word determinism, social determinism, genetic determinism. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me. And it specifically brings up a myriad of groups. One of them being the Aboriginals of Australia. According to the book, the Bell Curve talks about how intelligence is largely a heritable group, and is largely a heritable trait among groups. That is to say that intelligence or IQ is largely inherited genetically. And these two authors, they talk about, they give a total breakdown. I talk about it for an hour, but just to tell you in like 10 seconds, basically, according to this book, the smartest people in the world are the Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews in particular, the white Jews, the German, the Polish, and the Russian Jews, okay? And then with an average IQ of 107. And then right behind them are the East Asians, the Northeast Asians. So like the Japanese, the Koreans, the Manchu, or like the Northern Chinese, with an average IQ of 106. Right behind them are the Central and Northern Europeans, the Germans and the Scandinavians, with an average IQ of 105. The average Mexican is 95. The average Black person or African person, 85. And the very, very lowest on the list is the Aborigine of Australia. Again, if you are to believe the findings of this book, they claim that the Aborigine has an average IQ of 75, and then they claim that under 70, under an IQ of 70, you're legally considered mentally retarded. Or I'm sorry, not mentally retarded. You're not allowed to use that term anymore. Mentally handicapped. Is that right?
Yeah,
I think something like that. Have you ever heard of that? Are there any sort of references in popular culture? Are there any sort of negative stereotypes that exist that claim that Aborigines are like dumb or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, they do tend to get lumped in with a group that we get called Bogans. Oh, sorry, we call them Bogans, or they get called Bogans. And the Bogans,
I'm
I
sorry. I'm
guess,
sorry. Can you repeat that nice and slow? Because I'm drunk. A Logan, a Bogan.
no. So the Aboriginals do get lumped into or with a group called Bogans, Bogans,
B O
or
G A N S. Okay, got it.
yeah, or Bogan for singular. Now that is typically similar to American white trash or trailer trash.
Yes, I understand now. Very good.
Yeah, they're the the impoverished, the poor, the uneducated, the I guess trailer trash or white trash is probably
Yeah,
the best.
no. Trailer trash, white trash. That's the perfect way to describe it. The underclass, the unwashed, lazy, sniveling, no good, criminal. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's it. And so they're kind of on the same level with that, and they have different stereotypes and different jokes and stuff that are made both towards the Bogans and the Aboriginals. But yeah, there's definitely stereotypes and stuff that fly around. You do have leftist groups that push, especially in city councils, they push more and more for Aboriginal identity. A lot of the government institutions and even corporate institutions have to identify the Indigenous people as being the original custodians of the land. So, like, pretty much on any sort of advertisement apart from radio or television. So, on a website or on their shop front or something like that, they have to make that statement. Like, we identify the Indigenous people as being the original custodians of this land and stuff like that.
I see. I see. Okay. So they just put up big signs that say "We love Bogans," or
Essentially, yeah. That's pretty much how it goes.
Okay. Cool. Got it. All right. All right. Well, let me wind down this conversation. I still have Will Cruz. I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna be able to allot to him as much time as the other two, as you and the other guy. But is there anything you want to end with? Do you have a channel by any chance?
I have a channel, but I don't upload anything to it. I'm not much.
that's a shame.
I don't have the technology in order to upload videos. I do have some pages or groups or whatever else on alt tech like Gab or MeWe, also on Wimkin, or just YouTube as well. And I also have a Telegram and Signal. If people wanted to contact me through that, I'm happy to chat. If you know anybody in Victoria or Australia that might be interested, let me know. Or if there's people in America that would be happy to help me get over there, then that'd be great. We could set something up.
Have you ever heard of Tek? Tek. He's a Kiwi. He's a New Zealander.
I have, yes.
You have, okay. Now I believe he fled. He left New Zealand. He has come to America since. Were you aware of that?
I am not aware of that. I did not know that.
Yes, Tek. So you've heard of Tek, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So last I've heard, and I've been in regular communication with him, or I should say, we have exchanged not text messages. I'm sorry. What's it called? Comments in the comments section. Yeah, he's back in America. He's back in the States. I think he's somewhere on the West Coast. He fled. He fled. What's the leader over there? Jacinta, a woman named Jacinta,
No,
minister or
no.
something.
Horse face. That's what she gets called most often.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I hear some people. I hear some people say she might be a man. I don't know, but he left New Zealand.
Just Jacinda Ardern.
Yeah, that's her. That's right. Yeah, he left, and now I think he's just north of California, Washington, Oregon, something like that. I mean, I'm sure it's not easy, but I don't know. At this point, like, I would recommend any MGTOW, just come to America. If you got to be illegal for a little bit, just get to Texas. I mean, there's so many Mexicans in Texas. We'll dye your hair brown, and we'll teach you, a couple words, amigo, taco, and then we'll get you a job.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I think with all the illegals entering America that are on the side of the left and woke identity, I don't see why the right or that side of things shouldn't do the same thing. Like the system's working against you, so it only makes sense.
Sure, that's literally what I'm saying. I mean, it's gotten to the point now. I mean, on any given day, somewhere between 12 and 15,000 people cross the Mexican border every day. I mean, they got everyone now. There's Arabs coming in from the Arab world, Haitians, everyone's coming in. So I'm not kidding. I mean, if you actually wanted to sneak into the country, you could actually do it. I mean, there's, I don't know if you've seen pictures of the Mexican Texas border recently, but it's something to behold. So I guess I'll leave it at that. You mind if I let you go? I think I still got Will Cruz here. Let me see here. Just if I can, Will Cruz, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm about to bring you on in like 2 minutes. Let me just finish up with Bush Ranger. Sorry, Bush. I'm getting a little inebriated. Anything else you
and
want
I
to
just
share
want to
with
say thank you to
everyone?
Bush Ranger for sharing everything tonight. We learned a lot and took a lot of courage to speak the truth, and I appreciate it.
Not a problem, Will. Thank you.
Okay, I guess Bush Ranger. Anything else? Do you have any pithy phrases you might want to turn? You got a joke? I got a joke. You want to hear a joke?
Women.
I'm sorry. Was that the joke? Women?
Yeah, that was a joke.
Okay, that's a joke all in itself. You got a joke? Women. That's a joke. Yeah. No, I was actually going to tell you a joke. Okay. Well, that was basically the joke. I got another joke for you. What do you? Of course, this is a joke. I don't promote violence. What do you call a woman with two black eyes? What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What do you tell a woman who has two black eyes? Bush Ranger.
Nothing. You've already told it twice.
Nothing. I already told her twice. That's right. You got it. All right. I'll leave it at that. Bush Ranger, it was a pleasure. Thank you for subscribing, and thank you for coming on.
No problem. Thanks for having me. Take care.
All right, bro. Be careful over there. I'm so sorry about what's going on in Aussie land down under. I'm sorry. All right. Let me see here. All right. Looks like he has successfully exited. All right. I think, okay. Hello, everyone. Again, MGTOW Cowboy. We're on the last leg here, last 10, 20 minutes, something like that. And we got Will Cruz here. Will Cruz, I have been conversing with him for weeks, probably months now. This is the first opportunity I've had speaking with Will Cruz. We're gonna turn it over to Will Cruz. Will, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear. Will, can you please introduce yourself? Please tell everyone who are you, what's your age, where are you from, what do you do, what brought you to MGTOW, anything and everything you want to share. Please feel free to share the most obtuse moments in your life, or the most serene experiences you've had. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was born and raised on the southwest side of Chicago near Joliet. Moved out to Colorado in 2001, so I've been out here 20 years. I'm 51 years old. Let's see, been involved in handling hazardous materials for the last 30 plus years, driving a truck, and also working in a chemical plant. My current occupation, I deal with hazardous waste. So that's pretty much it. It's a synopsis. I was married for 19 years, been divorced for 12 now. My son's 30.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm away from my phone taking a piss. I'm sorry. Give me a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. MGTOW moment, or what brought me to MGTOW. I think when I first got married, listening to Andrew Dice Clay, a lot of the stuff that he says or said back then, I think caused to have like they say in the Matrix, to have a splinter in your mind. That's what it caused for me, because it wasn't until later, after about 10, 15 years worth of marriage, that I really started to wake up and remember all those things that Dice was talking about. And then that's when I realized my marriage was over and it was time to move on.
Okay. Let me stop you right there. I didn't hear everything you had to say. What was your age again? I'm sorry. You sounded like you were like 22. You're like 52. Is that right?
I'm 51.
You're 51. Okay, because you had
Yeah.
said something. I thought I heard you say you got a son that's 30.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. You sound. I swear to God, you literally could have lied to me and be like, yeah, I'm actually 19. I just got out of college. I would have believed you. You got like a baby voice or something going on.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm trying to, I don't know, it's just how I talk, I guess. It's my voice.
I think
So.
that's great. You probably stay out of the sun. You don't drink a fifth of Jack every day like I do. Nothing like that.
No, I drink on occasion, a few times a year. It's social, but I don't get hammered. Those days are
Yeah. No,
gone.
that's just a joke. That's just a joke. But that's good.
No, it's all
Good for you.
good. I prefer tequila over whiskey, though. That's my preference.
Okay. Do you prefer blondes over brunettes, or what's that arena all about?
Um, Actually, I'm equal opportunity. It doesn't matter what color hair they have. So
What
just as long as they're female.
Yeah, hey, I agree. What's your ethnic persuasion? Is your last name Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you Hispanic?
Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican Italian, along with European descent from my mom's side.
Sure. I'm guessing you're probably light skinned Hispanic.
Yeah.
You said you're Puerto Rican.
I guess you would say a average or regular Mexican would refer to me as being a widow.
Yeah, güero. Yeah. What color are your eyes?
Brown.
Color's your hair?
Dark brown, I guess.
Brown, black, dark. Okay.
With some shades of gray, of course.
Right. Yeah. No, at 51. Right. Okay. Can you talk to us? Tell me about your wife. Who is your wife? Where does she live? How long were you married? How many kids did you have? Was your wife Hispanic like you? Was she white, Mexican, black? You said you were Puerto Rican. I'm so sorry. How's that? How are you holding up? That's a joke.
I'm doing quite
sorry.
fine.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Um,
There's a
no,
rivalry between Mexicans and Puerto Ricans here in Chicago.
so I met my ex-wife in high school. I actually knew her
Did you go to high
sister.
Did you go to high school in Chicago?
And then, no, outside of Joliet. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then we didn't hook up until after I graduated and got out of boot camp. And then we started dating, and then about a year and a half later,
What?
we got
Wait,
married.
boot camp? You were in the military?
Yeah, just the Navy Reserves.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
whatever.
I did
You
that
still
for
in the
4
service.
years. Huh?
Okay, so but you were in the service. You served.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Navy Reserves, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, thank you for your service. I mean, you get VA benefits now.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, we got married young, and then about a year after that, we had our son. So we only have one. And we got divorced in 2009.
And you were 40 at the time, 42, 43, something like that?
I was 39. Yeah,
Oh, you were 39. I'm sorry.
at the
okay.
time, yeah.
Okay. You live with your son. Your son live with you, or she live with her? You live on his own?
No, he lives here in Colorado, but he lives with his mom.
Okay. Who is his mom? A white woman, Hispanic?
Yeah, she's white. She's of Irish descent.
Okay. So your son is very white.
Yeah.
Does he speak Spanish?
He took 2 years of it in high school. He knows
Does he speak it?
taco
Speak it.
and no, he does. He's not fluent.
Okay.
Neither
Are
am
you?
I know cuss words. That's
Oh,
about
that's too
it.
bad. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, I'm just messing with you. I take pride in my Hispanic heritage. I've lived in Mexico. I've lived in Spain. My major at university was Spanish. My father was born in Mexico. I have a Spanish last name. I always had pride in that, but that's fine. There's no judgment. It's just I just give brownie points to Hispanics that decide to attempt to retain their culture, if that makes any sense. Okay, well that's fine. So can you talk to us? Can you talk to us a little bit more about your wife? Do you classify yourself as a MGTOW, or at least a red pill guy, or?
Yeah, I'm full blown MGTOW. I guess you would say I've been
me too.
in monk mode for a
what
while
level
now.
are you on? What level are you on? Are you a MGTOW monk? Can you go into detail about that? What brought you to MGTOW? Did your wife cheat? What's going on?
No, she didn't cheat. She just had a gambling habit, so that was stressful for all of us in the financial side of things, and that was the last straw. I mean, I don't want to go into too much of it, but that was one of the major causes for the friction.
Well,
And
why
then,
didn't you just control her? If you have to beat her, you beat her. I'm actually serious. If you have to take her credit cards, you just take her credit cards. I mean, if you have to separate accounts, I mean, couldn't you just separate accounts? I'm not in any way disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, did you attempt to mediate? Did you attempt to fix the problem?
Yes. Yes, I did. There are certain stopgap measures that you can do to try.
Well, what? How come she wouldn't listen? Why wouldn't she listen to you? You told her.
Well, I mean, because she has an addiction, I guess, and it didn't help that some of her family members were also kind of pulling her in that direction as well, and she would also help them with their gambling debts. So
Oh God. Oh,
yeah, so it was a family thing. So
It's a
it
family
still was
thing.
our marriage and our
Yeah, but
finances.
it was you. It
that
was
were
you paying. It's you working an extra 10 hours a week trucking, so you can make these extra cash monies. And she's she's over at the boat spending.
yeah. When we lived back near Illinois, she remember because I had told you she worked on the Trump Casino when it used to be a boat out there in Gary. So that was back in the 90s.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry. This is a piece of trivia for any and all people listening. Apparently, I don't know the specifics, but in Illinois, I don't know if there does, but there did exist a law where any gambling establishment built or maintained in Illinois must be on a boat. So you could, for a while, it's not, I don't think it's like this anymore, but there was a long period of time, and this has ingrained itself into the culture and the lexicon of people in Chicago and the Illinois. When they say you're going to the casino, they say I'm going to the boat, and that's because there was a law where you could not have a casino on fixed ground. It must be on a boat, and so it's very popular for them to build river boats.
Right. And then when the
flat. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Casinos first opened, they had to actually set sail and do like a half hour or hour cruise or whatever, and come back and dock.
That's
but
right.
Now
that's
they're
right.
permanently fixed to
anywhere.
the dock.
Yeah. That's right. They were just basically ginormous barges that would go on a booze cruise and come back an hour later. You would go to the boat. Anyway, it's a small Illinois trivia there. Okay, so you're still a trucker?
No.
But you were a trucker.
Yeah, I drove for 10 and a half years. Yeah, pulling tankers.
Okay. What do you do now?
I work in the hazardous waste field.
So you work in a plant?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you how much do you make?
More than I ever did.
How much do you make? You're 50.
I ain't gonna tell you how much I make.
Ballpark. You make less than 100, but you make more than 50. Is that fair?
No comment.
These are all personal questions. You don't have to answer any of these questions.
Yeah, no comment.
Okay, that's fine. What do you do for sex? You still have sex? I mean, are you honestly a monk? Is that
Yeah, I've been just monk. After having a few relations post my divorce, that kind of settled things for me. That they're even dating an older woman who was a few years older than me. That was, I assumed that would be less likely, like a lot of these younger women are. I think that even though they're second wave feminists, I think that they've seen the younger ladies get away with murder. So they just go right along with the same program. So it doesn't matter if you get a younger one or an older one. They're all the same. So been burned a few times. So I said that was enough. I'm good.
Sure.
So I've been just focused on myself and hoping to save up some money. And I too will also be going down to Texas. So
what's your view? What's your opinion on sex tourism? There's a recent guy I listened to. His name is Whoremaxer. Have you heard of Whoremaxer?
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay, he's new. Actually, he's not new. He used to have a channel with thousands and thousands of subs. He used to be called Triple H, or Hard Hitting Health Truth J, or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I remember hearing him. Yeah, I liked him. Yeah, he was based in Vegas. Yeah. So what does he call himself now?
I think he's still in Vegas. He calls himself Hormaxer. Hormaxer. I've been contacting him. I've been trading. I've been leaving messages on his videos. Yeah, so he claims that he no longer is a MGTOW, and that he has adopted more of a black pill philosophy, and that now he's all about I'm sorry, in his own words, Johnning, whoring, tricking. His channel is now dedicated to that. The black pill, social, economic determinism, nihilism, and he promotes the use of prostitutes. And although I do not see myself as black pill, I do see a lot of overlap between black pill and red pill, and I openly and publicly, I shouldn't say publicly, but I within the community, I advocate, men getting off if they need to. I have no problem with that. Yeah.
Yeah, me
Sorry,
personally, I've never paid for it unless you call it a house with a white picket fence and 2-car garage.
Right. See, that's the problem. Is like you
Yeah.
still paid for it. You
Yeah.
just you didn't pay for it by the hour. You paid
Right.
for it by the decade. Does that make any
Right,
sense?
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So if you're going to pay for it, I mean, pay for it. But why would you marry? Because then she could take your house and your buildings and your car.
Yeah.
And
Well, see, I
pension.
was young when I got married. I
No,
was
I'm
like,
not blaming you. No, I'm
Yeah.
not blaming you. This is just a general service. This is just a public service announcement. I say this to everyone. So, would you ever get married again?
no,
Probably not. Okay.
no, there's no way. It's a hard no.
Hard no. Okay.
I don't care if Elizabeth Shue comes through my front door, completely naked with all of her money. I would say absolutely not.
It's funny you bring up Elizabeth Shue. I think I remember her. I thought I remember thinking of her as one of the most beautiful actresses in all of Hollywood, with natural beauty. Do I remember her correctly? Was she an actress in the movie called The Saint?
I can't remember if she was in The Saint, because I don't think I've seen that, but she was in Adventures in Babysitting. She was in the original Karate Kid. She was
older,
in
like 20
Cocktail
years
with
ago,
Tom
25 years
Cruise.
ago?
She was in Leaving Las Vegas. She's been in a bunch of movies.
She like a white girl, blonde hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who she is. She's her best work, in my opinion. Her was a movie called The Saint. The
Okay.
Saint was with her, Elizabeth Shue. Elizabeth Shue, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I remember her brother also is a famous actor. I think he was in like Melrose Place or something like that. But yeah, she was beautiful. Oh my God, if you saw that woman, you know what I'm talking about, Elizabeth.
Oh, I know what
she's
you're talking about. Yeah, she
natural.
she
beauty.
went topless in Leaving Las Vegas, and she was also
Oh, I didn't know
topless in another movie called Radio Inside. So yeah. Oh, there's
Okay,
another
I'm
one
sorry.
too that she was in, was Palmetto. That was really good with Woody Harrelson. Yeah.
Woody Harrelson, child rapist.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You might be a little before my time, but yes, I caught her on the tail end. Just quickly, just because you brought it up, Elizabeth Shue, in my opinion, has such natural beauty. In the movie The Saint, you have Elizabeth Shue and you have Val Kilmer. Have you ever heard of Val Kilmer?
Oh, absolutely. Iceman.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said Iceman from Top Gun.
Oh yeah, Iceman. Yeah, that's right. Iceman. You got it. Yeah, you got it. anyway, in the movie, The Saint, he plays a bank robber. I don't know what else to call it. It's very high tech, computers and hacking and Russian oligarchs and he's trying to make his last $10 million and he's going to retire out. He's had enough of the game and he's a world traveler and all this. Anyway, he gets the hunter becomes the hunted. He is charged with stealing Elizabeth Shue's technology. Elizabeth Shue is a young, beautiful British physicist who has just come up with cold fusion, not fission, but fusion.
Okay.
And he's, anyway, he thinks he's going to play her. She ends up playing him, and it's just a wonderful movie. The chemistry's great. She's young and hot. There's this wonderful scene, I have to share it, where they're both in Russia. I think they're in St. Petersburg, and they get attacked by like the Russian mafia. And there's this scene where like Elizabeth Shue is running. She's literally running, and like, she has to outrun like the Russian mafia, and she has to make it to the American embassy, and she makes it. And there's this defining scene where she's like, "Oh my God, let me in. I'm an American. And they let her in. Yeah, she's like the last person they let in before the fall of the government. And she's so hot. And she's like, because really she's just so hot. See, that's the problem. That's the real problem. It's like I wouldn't care if she was like some like 60-year-old like babushka old fat lady, but she's like young and hot, and she's like in these big, thick, tall heels, and she's got like these thigh high. She looks like a Catholic schoolgirl. She's so hot. Anyway, I'm sorry. You made me go off on a tangent. I'm sorry.
No, that's
anything
okay.
else?
It's all good. You probably need a cigarette now.
Oh yeah, right. I wish I smoked still, but that was back in college. Yeah. Do you care to share anything else? So you're a MGTOW guy. I mean, yeah, honestly, you don't have sex anymore. You just.
Yeah, I don't mess around with women anymore. I don't even try to pursue them. I work with a lot of women at different parts of my plant because I still work with the lab and stuff like that.
Have you ever had women hit on you?
Oh yeah, I have.
Can you
Especially
talk about that for a second? I mean, can you talk about that?
Well, yeah, I guess some of them will hit on you not knowing, who you are or what you believe or anything. But then when you kind of just set the tone or, do not, succumb to their advances, they get a hint, and they can talk whatever they want to say, and assume things, because if people don't know you, they don't know you, and they'll make up stuff and they'll talk shit about you. And I don't care about that. But I come across as being masculine. I just don't have time for them. You know what I mean? So if they want to be a bitch about it, then they can. But
how tall are you?
5'9".
How much do you weigh?
250.
Okay, I'm 5'10", about 300 right now. Okay. You spend a lot of time with your son? I'm sorry, you have a son, right? Is that right?
Yeah. He's busy with his job and everything, and with my schedule, we just try to get together every so often, like every few months, we'll try and get together.
But you live in the same state, right?
Yes.
I think you said that earlier. Do you live in the same town?
No.
Okay. So that makes sense. I mean, you guys can't really logistically, you can't really see each other every day anyway.
Yeah, it's a matter of our schedules lining up.
Sure.
that's the first hurdle. And then if he doesn't have plans or if I don't have plans, and then and then we go from there, So, but
Is
we
he,
still,
is he
we still
married?
talk.
Does he have children?
Huh? No, he's
I'm
not
sorry. Does he
married.
have children?
No, he's not married, doesn't have any kids. I think I had an influence in some of that, just basically how he has heard or saw me, I guess,
Is he
become
MGTOW?
MGTOW. Yeah, but I don't think he's quite MGTOW yet. But I think he realizes when he tried to pursue and all the girls that he was chasing were chasing Chad and Tyrone. That's when he figured out, oh, the old man knows something. He knows what the hell he's talking about. So,
Do you ever overtly push red pill ideas onto your son? You advise him
yeah,
not to.
red pill not only in MGTOW subjects but also history and politics as well. Yeah. So yeah, my son and I agree on a lot of stuff.
Does your son look like you? Can you compare him to you? Is he fatter than you, skinnier than you? He's obviously younger than you. Is he taller than you?
He's a little bit taller than me, so therefore he's skinnier than me. But yeah, we do look alike. Yeah. There's no mistake in it. I'm his daddy.
There's no mistake. Yeah, good. I'm jealous.
That's one thing I
wanna
can
have a son.
vouch. Yeah, that's one thing the ex didn't mess up. She was a good girl, so.
It's good. You still talk to her?
Not regularly at all. It's only for emergency. So if there's something going on,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
then
That
we
was
exchange
so
phone
perfect.
numbers.
Good.
Like I changed my phone number. I texted her to let her know I got a new phone number, and that was the last time I talked to her earlier this year, and that was it. But that just for a means of communication. So.
Right. No, I totally understand. The way you worded that was so well. I understood that so well because actually that's how I word it. There are family members that I have that I don't really speak to, but I do purposely make sure that they have my phone number in case of emergency. Is what I tell them. Basically, I hate you and stay away from me, but if grandma's dying, you can give me a call in case of emergency. So it's kind of like that. You guys don't hang out. You don't talk very often.
No.
She's not planning to get remarried to you or anything.
No, that came and went a long time ago. That was something that she was trying to do shortly after we got divorced, but after she figured out that I wasn't interested and that I was moving on and starting over and everything like that, then she finally got it figured out, and then she started moving on in her own direction, starting her life over. So we split on good terms, I mean, we're respectful
amicable.
and social. Yeah, amicable, yeah. But we don't hang out, we don't do holidays, we don't meet up or any of that, we just respect each other's privacy. So
what does your son do for holidays? Does he go to your place, her place?
Yeah, he mostly does the holidays with her. Yeah, he's only done a few holidays with me over the years. So.
Okay, so he's so close with his mom.
Oh yeah, he's very close with her. I would say he's more close with her than he is with me. Yeah.
Okay, that happens. That happens. It's so complex. I was pretty much raised by my father. I don't really have anything to do with my mother, but it's all over the map. I've met men who they have absolutely nothing to do with their dads. I don't understand that, but it's all over the map. Some people, it's even Steven. Some people, it's all over the map. I'll leave it at that. What are your political views? You conservative, libertarian, anti-communist? What do you call yourself?
I'm definitely conservative. on certain things, I guess you would consider me hard right, but then anything
What?
that
Like what? Like what's hard right?
when it comes to our individual rights, our freedoms, our Constitution, the founding fathers,
So you're a
American
constitutionalist?
history, huh?
You're a constitutionalist. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah.
Have you taken the jab?
No, and I won't.
What would you do if your job was threatened?
I would ask for a religious accommodation. And then if that's not granted, then I would move on. Simple as that. I'm not getting the jab.
Why? Do you have any deep-seated beliefs about what the jab is or what it could be?
Yeah, because it's not a vaccine to begin with. It's total different technology. It alters your
What is it?
DNA. And I feel that that's a threat to my existence and what I believe I am. You know, I believe I was created and I shouldn't have my DNA altered. And I shouldn't be forced to put something in my body that I don't want.
But don't you understand that you need to accept the fact that you're an animal, and
No,
so
I'm not an animal. I'm a human.
They can do to you what they want, right?
Well, that's what they think, and that's where they're mistaken. So I've
But you're an
already seen,
animal, right?
and
You're-
this harkens back to some of the conversation that you had with the Australian fella. I think the reason why Australia is in a predicament that they're in is not only because they don't have some of the firearms or the rights that that we have, but I think what it is they've been over the generations, they've been just beaten down and cowed so much by the government that they just accept it, Where us here in America, yeah, we've got our guns, but we haven't used them yet. Okay. And it's getting to the point where our back is against the wall, and God forbid that we'd have to use them, but we still have that in our identity as being Americans that we will stand up and fight. And I think in Australia, there was only a few occasions where they stood up, but it wasn't like there's a difference in our revolution compared to, some of their history is what I'm trying to say. And we have that in our history, and we're willing to make the sacrifices, and we understand it's not going to be pretty, and we're not going to try and reason with evil. We've already tolerated enough as far as I'm concerned. Some people are just, they're never going to wake up. They don't realize what time it is. You know what I mean? I'm going to say something some people don't realize is that we're at war, Now, who we're at war with, I would argue that we're at war with China because I think that they attacked us. Okay. But you can definitely see that we're at war with our tyrannical government, that they're trying to take our rights away from us and force us to do shit that, some of us don't want to do.
I
they
get
don't have
dropped
those
off
rights.
first, so
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
okay.
I think I think Bob was talking to somebody.
Yeah, I'm getting a ride home, guys.
Right on, Bob. I'm glad I got a chance to talk to you as well.
Oh, thanks. I didn't realize that I'm a man who likes to get talked to. See if I can.
Yeah, so I just think for a long time it's been a Cold War against the American people for like the last 50 or 70 years. It's been a silent Cold War, incrementalism. People use the example of boiling a frog slowly, and then now it's gotten to the point where they've turned up the heat so much, you know what I mean? And the rest of us are like, hey, it's frog soup. That's what's for dinner unless we change the menu if you get my drift.
Hey,
Yeah,
guys.
I do.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna mute myself for the ride home, and I'll jump back in with you when I get home. All right? It shouldn't
Oh
take
no,
too long.
please don't. Your insight is so valuable, Bob.
It's gonna take about 10 minutes. All right?
I can barely. I guess I'm just gonna have to accept that. Anyway, yeah, no, whew, boy, at this rate, oh God, at this rate, I've come to believe that armed conflict is probably inevitable in our lifetime. I know that sounds crazy, but
No, it's not crazy at all. It's a very real possibility. And sometimes it comes to that because we didn't do the non-lethal, the non-violent means before.
right,
You know what I mean?
right. We put it off.
See,
put it off.
when you, it's almost like an abusive relationship. When you allow that person in your life to abuse you, and you
Yeah,
don't
that
stand up
seed
for
to take root.
yourself, eventually that person's either going to kill you or you're going to have to stand up and kill them so you can live. It's one or the other. You can also use the parasite analogy. All them assholes in DC are parasites, or in our state capitals, that are trying to run shit and suck the living lifeblood out of all of us. Until we throw them off, we're going to be suffering, and now the suffering is so pervasive that the average Joe idiot, Joe six pack, whatever you want to call it, is finally like, oh shit, oh my God, I can't believe it, they're threatening my job. They've been threatening your job for years, and it's a vaccine now that they're trying to cram in you, but they've been coming after you. They've been coming after our kids, in the damn schools with all this crap that they're teaching or not teaching, to be good little, communists basically. So I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm not trying to point the finger, because I'm just as much as responsible as the other 300 million Americans that allowed this shit to happen. Okay. I've been awake for 30 years and it's been a steady decline, but just like you were saying earlier in the conversation that, well, one guy, what can he do? But if we all stand up, yeah. And there's times that I ebbed and flowed. There's times where I just threw in a towel. Like when Obama was elected, I said, fuck it. You know what I mean? I'm not even going to care about politics anymore because it doesn't fucking matter. Because we had a retard in there, before Obama with W, and 9/11 happened and all that shit. And then we put Obama in there and he's supposed to quote unquote heal the country, and then just took us further even down into communism. And I'm sure you heard it, when they were talking about when Trump won, that Hillary was supposed to win, and it was going to be 8 years of Hillary, and they were going to close out this country and turn the light off, and it would have been it. But Trump screwed that plan up by getting elected, And there's some things I don't like about Trump. You know what I mean? This whole shit about him, promoting the fucking vaccine and all that shit, that might be okay for the idiots, the normies, to hear that shit so they don't get scared. But for me, it pisses me off.
He didn't build the wall, like you said. There's a lot of things, but yeah, no, I agree. I think the deep state felt very threatened by him. He was slow. He was throwing a monkey wrench or two in their little system. I don't even claim to know. I just I keep my eyes open. It seemed like a lot of deep state. It seemed like a lot of people hated him, even within the government.
Yeah. Yeah. So we had 4 years of that, I'm hoping there's a slim chance that he can get back in. I don't know. There's all this kind of crazy talk, that you'll hear on the periphery about him having a chance to come back if they overturn some elections and recalculate the college, the electoral college points and all that stuff. And I don't know. All I can do is what I can do, and that is just prepare. So I've got food, I've got water, I've got fishing rods and bait, if you get my drift. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know it seems like everything sucks right now, right?
Go ahead, Bob.
Hold on, I'm walking into my door. So once you guys talk, and I'm trying to get upstairs.
Are you, Bob? Are you drunk?
Yeah, and I'm walking
Is-
home and getting into my house.
Right. Yeah.
That's a rhetorical question. I like to ask Bob. At this hour of the day, there's really no question.
Right. And
Oh,
I was gonna make a joke and say, does the bear shit in the woods?
Right.
First of all, we're Chicagoans, and a cowboy and I like to go at each other because we're both, Northsiders and Southsiders. So we
Yeah.
always have this joke that is running and pending. And yeah, so yeah, go ahead and make jokes. We love that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a South Sider too, so I like the White Sox. So
You're a White Sox fan?
yeah. Well, I pretty much gave up on sports last year after all the nonsense. But yeah, when I was a kid and young adult, I liked the White Sox.
Oh, I gave up on sports in Sandy Hook in 2012. But yeah, so now we got 2-1, cowboy.
Sure. I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I never got into sports. My father used to tell me from a young age. I didn't understand then, but I understand now. My father used to tell me since I was 6, 7 years old. He would say, "Son, you are not to watch sports." He got me into sports. I was on the wrestling team for 3 years in high school. He told me sports are bad. He told me sports is was it what's that famous communist quote? It's the opiate of
Well,
the
the
masses.
communists talk about religion being the opiate of the masses.
Yeah,
That
You would tell
goes
me-
back. That goes back to Rome, like the gladiators
yeah,
and
bread and
shit like that.
circuses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bread and circuses. Yeah, exactly.
So I was never directed towards sports. I was always taught that that's sort of like it's a false masculinity. Apparently, a lot of men are starting to see that now because they're pushing like these woke leftist agendas so hard using sports, like basketball and football.
Hey,
But,
cowboy.
yeah, go ahead,
Cowboy.
Rob.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I don't have any cocaine. There's no more coke. You gotta go. I mean, I'm sorry. What was your question?
How long has this live stream been going?
Oh, I don't know. Let me check right now. 4 hours and 32 minutes.
Oh my god, that's almost like legendary. I think you might have done the longest longest MGTOW live stream ever. All right, can you guys see my all my guitars and stuff like that?
Yep.
All right. Cowboy knows this about me. You see this painting right here? This is a painting I had commissioned by my bartender, who I was just hanging out with, who taught me how to play music. And wonderful guy, taught me how to play and love music. Let me ask you guys, are you guys a big music fan?
Yeah, I like music a lot. I've been to a bunch of shows.
Okay, you're a big concert guy. What shows have you been to?
Seen Rush, Genesis, trying to think, a bunch of small bands too. I've seen Muse. You probably know who they are.
I love Muse. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, so you're kind of more into the rock and alternative stuff.
Yeah, and country as well. I've seen a bunch of country bands too.
So you're a big
so-
country fan too.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, I like Jamie Johnson a lot. There's a band in Denver that I like a lot too, called the Railbenders, and they got ties to Roger Clyne and the Peacemakers, which is another band from the '90s that you might know is called the Refreshments, that wrote the jingle for King of the Hill.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wait, what's the name of their band again?
So the Railbenders is a country band, and then that guitarist in the Railbenders plays in Roger Clyne and the Peacemakers, who used to be the Refreshments.
Oh, the Refreshments. I remember them. What was their hit?
What was the big hit? Banditos, talking about going down to Mexico and robbing a bank. It was all over MTV, and I think they were even on Conan or something.
Oh, that's like getting back to earlier shit we were talking about.
That's early '90s, yeah. And the crazy thing is, I didn't hear about the Refreshments until after they had formed Roger Clyne and the Peacemakers, and one of my good friends that I used to work with had turned me on to them. This is like early 2000s, so I've been a fan ever since. Those guys are really good.
All right, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you an Alice in Chains fan?
Yeah, I like Alice in Chains. I've never seen them though.
Like live or like any of their videos and stuff like that?
Yeah, I've never seen them live, but I've seen some of their videos and I own some of their CDs.
Okay, well, I'd like to tell you a little bit about my background. I'm a huge live concert fan, which you already said you were.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of ska bands, punk rock bands, rock shows like Soundgarden and stuff like that here, Mighty Mighty Bosstones. Are you familiar with the Mighty Mighty Bosstones?
Yes, I've heard of them, yeah.
Okay. Do you know Real Big Fish?
I've never heard of Real Big Fish.
All right. I know you're in the chat right now and stuff like that. Do a quick search and check out Real Big Fish and a song called Beer.
Oh, okay.
Which we all love.
I'd have to open up another window here. It might take a minute.
That's fine. We'll wait for you. But let me ask you another question. Do you know who the Pixies are?
Yes, I like the Pixies a lot.
What's your favorite Pixies song?
What is it? Debaser?
Oh, you're a fan of Debaser? Really? I was
Yeah.
gonna say like the default answer you were gonna give me is "Where Is My Mind?"
Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of people, because that's one of their big hits. But yeah,
It's "Where Is My Mind" plays at the end of Fight Club, at
Right.
the end of the movie. Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Tell me what your other bands are. You know, I'm a big kind of music guy, and I know I'm just like Polska Bob, but the reason why I chose Polska Bob as my fucking avatar is ska is one of my favorite, types of music.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
So I like other rock bands too. And what I've found out is some of my favorite bands are either I discover them by accident or my friends bring them to me, So good example is I went to go to a show with my son. We went to go see Blackstone Cherry, but another band had opened up for them and called Citizen Zero. And I really like them because their lead guitarist is Sammy Bowler. Citizen Zero has taken a break. I don't know if they're going to reform again, but in the meantime, Sammy Bowler, the lead guitarist, has done some solo work, and that kid is phenomenal. He even won the Joe Satriani Award. I've seen Joe Satriani a bunch of times. I'm a huge Joe Satriani fan. Back in '87, I saw U2 once, but I don't think I'll ever go see U2 again because, as far as I'm concerned, they fell off my radar, especially with
Okay.
the last few albums.
Oh,
So-
okay. So you're a Joe Satriani fan. So you're a guitarist kind of guy, right? Can I take that?
Yeah. I think probably the melody. It's got to be the melody that catches me. But when I was taking music lessons, I was learning to be a drummer. So
You were learning to be a drummer.
yeah,
I'll tell you this about me. When I became friends with one of my best friends, I started to learn how to play bass.
okay.
And my bass teacher had a band, and we used to go see him and stuff like that, and he teach me bass. And one of my favorite songs that he ever did, his band name was called the Long Necks. You know, for the long
The beer.
necks. Yeah,
Long
the
neck
beer.
Okay, gotcha.
And it was the Dukes of Hazzard song. Have you ever heard that song all the way through?
Yeah. The Waylon Jennings song, The Good
Yeah,
Old
yeah,
Boys. Yeah. Ain't
yeah.
meaning no harm. Yeah.
Oh, it's a great song.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
There's another band called the Super Suckers. I saw them play, and they do a pretty good version of Eastbound and Down. I don't know if you've heard it.
oh yes, I have heard that actually.
Okay.
I've heard that in the movie that the what's it called guys did. I can't remember the name of them. It's escaping me now. Fuck. Go ahead. Say what you gotta say.
Yeah. So, yeah, my good buddy Aaron, he's the one that turned me on to the bands like the Roger Klein and Peacemakers and the Railbenders and stuff like that. He also turned me on to Cake. I saw Cake a couple of times. So I like
hate
Cake.
that band, by the way.
I know it's you either love them or you hate them, But yeah, I like them. So
Okay, that's
so
fine.
then yeah, there's a bunch of country artists, like Sunny Sweeney. I like her. Of course, I told you Jamie Johnson. And I like a lot of the alt country and outlaw country from the 60s and 70s. So of course, Waylon Willie and stuff like that. Merle, like Merle a lot.
Okay. You know what? Were you the one that requested for me to play a song in the jukebox, the Merle Haggard song?
Well, yeah, you said, "Hey, I'm gonna play a song on the jukebox." That I was just screwing around. I said, "How about you play Merle Haggard?" Because most people either don't like Merle or they don't know who the hell it is. So I didn't know if you knew. I was just messing around.
Yeah, that's fine. But why didn't you tell me the song?
Oh, I did. It was "If We Make It Through December" is one of his hits, and the other one is this really the end of all the good times or whatever it was called?
Oh my God!
Are the good times really over for good? That's what it's called. If the good, yeah,
that sounds insanely depressing.
yeah, but it's a good song though, and there's a lot of truth in that song.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
I like to play a broad range of music and stuff like that. Like anything from like the Beatles all the way to Alice in Chains. And I stop at like fucking 2000 in like 7 because there's no good music after that.
Yeah, yeah. For the most part, I would agree with you. And any music that is decent, you have to seek it out. Which is why I was talking about Sammy Bowler. Is I found him by accident because I was going to a different show, and he happened to open up for Blackstone Cherry. And my son, he gravitates to the guitar, the instrument, and the melody and everything. And he's a big fan of Joe Satriani and of course Eddie Van Halen and everything. And those are inspirations for Sammy. And when we were in the show watching Sammy play and we can literally pick out the licks that he was playing. I was like, holy shit, that sounds like Joe Satriani, or that sounds like Eddie Van Halen. And Alex and I were looking at each other like we're like dumbstruck. We could not believe how good this young kid was.
Wait. Back up a second. How old is your son, and does he have perfect pitch?
I'm not sure if he's got perfect pitch, but he's 30 and he likes music just as much as I do. And I've turned him on basically to 80s hair metal band when he was growing up. So he loves Iron Maiden. So
I'm a huge Iron Maiden fan myself.
Yeah, I like Maiden too. So
I wasted years like fucking Stranger in a Strange Land. I love all that stuff. Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Wow. That's fun to meet like-minded people too. And all right, go ahead. Ask me any questions you want.
Well, so how long have you been in Chicago? Because I couldn't remember which post stream that you had shared that your background and everything. I can't remember.
Oh wait, how long have you known that I've been here?
Well, what I'm referring to is there was a couple of live streams ago that you had come on and was talking to Cowboy, to Joe, and you had told us your background, but I can't remember how long you've been in Chicago.
I've been in Chicago since 1980.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was literally 4 years old when I came over. And people always ask me kind of these questions, right? I wasn't born here, right? I was born in Poland.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an actual non-citizen resident, but I do speak Polish, but I was way too young to read or write it. So I'm Polish illiterate, but I can speak it.
Okay.
Hey, Bob, how do you say dumb, drunken Polak in Polish?
Ichudomo spać. That's how you say it, cowboy. Hey, cowboy. I've had a lot of fun. You coming out and hanging out and drinking beers with me.
Yeah. So I was gonna say the next time I come down, I probably can't come down for another 2 or 3 weeks, but I was hoping you can teach me how to. I'll start a stream, like a test stream, and you can show me. You're saying this and you're saying that. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how to hand out these wrenches, but if you can show me, then I'll just do it.
You know what? We'll fucking figure it out. Okay?
We'll
figure it out. Okay? And put the other guy back on. Because you interrupted us.
Oh yeah, actually, I'm gonna mute myself for like 5 minutes, and I gotta take a whiz. I'll be back in 5, guys.
Yeah, go take a piss. That'd be fine. Do you have any other questions for me?
So I take it you drive a truck?
I drive a van, minivans, fleet vehicles.
Okay.
whatever.
No, he doesn't drive a truck. That would take concentration and study and getting his A class. No, he just drives the
I
little shit.
thought you were taking a piss, Mexican. Stop interrupting the conversation.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know what? This is what we call in Chicago as ball breaking.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fun
because
stuff.
you and I were talking earlier about because you had mentioned you live not too far from Midway, and I was telling you that I used to go and load at some of the chemical plants over there
Oh,
off
you're
65th.
You're
Yeah.
the guy from Joliet. Okay, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
you're the
Yep.
Nalco guy. Okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yep. That's where I used to load there, and also at WR Grace, yeah, which is just up the street from there.
Okay, you don't want our company fleet loads up our gas and uses our fleet cards to load up gas at 65th in Narragansett. Now they built a whole new gas station there, and Joe Biden prices. It's like fucking $100 to fill up now.
Yeah. It's bullshit. Yeah, when I take trips and I go down to Texas and it's $1 less per gallon, I get pissed off that we're getting raped up here in Colorado. I can't wait to leave. Trust me.
Oh, you're in Colorado then?
Yeah, I'm in Colorado.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's basically East California.
All right. I there's only like one kind of question I want to ask you. Are you gonna
Okay.
join? Are you gonna join the revolution?
Absolutely.
All right. So you're
I would hope that I would be considered already in it just because of my opinions and some of the stuff I said tonight. But yeah, hell yeah. I may not like the spark, but I will keep fueling that fire for freedom.
okay. Well, welcome to the goddamn revolution. And it's really not, but I mean people are fed up, right?
Oh yeah.
And fucking I gassed up my goddamn fucking 12 gallon Honda Civic for 70 fucking dollars.
Yep.
How are we gonna still, let this thing go?
Well, it's more than that. It's more than just the fuel pump. It's more than just even the food in the grocery store that we're running out of. It's every aspect of our life, and that's what it's come to for people to finally wake up. For the longest time, people, were asleep or anesthetized because they had the latest iPhone. They had a new 65-inch, big screen television, and Hollywood was still putting out movies instead of propaganda films. So if we were comfortable, we were fine, but now, we're not comfortable and they're threatening our jobs. They're threatening our future. They're threatening our families. They're threatening our kids in school with the jab, with the stupid, diaper on their face and all the rest of it, besides the crap that they teach them. And it's nice to see people speaking up in the school board meetings. That's positive. But what we really need to do is just pull our kids out of school and teach them at home.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying that what we need to do is pull our kids out of school and just teach them at home. If that means that you might have to downsize, you might have to move out of your house, then so be it. Or if you have to move across town or out of state to a cheaper place or whatever, you might have to do it, because at this point, they're already threatening your job. And I work for a really good company that pays me very well. I have very good benefits. So there'd be no reason for me to leave. Okay. But when you threaten to jab me with something I don't want to put in my body, no, thank you. It's all about self-worth. If you know what your worth is, you know you have value, you have skills, you have experience, then you just leave. You don't sit there and take it and allow somebody to stick you, because today it's a vaccine. Tomorrow, what's it going to be? Who
Hey,
knows what the hell they got planned for us?
Can I back you up for a second?
Sure.
All right. Do you know what the Nuremberg Code is?
Yes.
Okay. So you know this is a violation of the Nuremberg Code.
Yes.
Okay. And why hasn't this even been broadcast in the media? And people are saying this is a violation. Geneva, Convention and the Helsinki Accords and the Nuremberg Protocol. Why hasn't nobody said anything about it?
Well, people of my persuasion and understanding and education have spoke up. Unfortunately, we don't control the airwaves or the social media because they stifle, a shadow ban. If that doesn't work, then they totally, close your account. So we've had to form alternative media, as you well know. We're still getting the message out because you can't stop the truth. What is happening now, I think, in the last 9 months since Trump has been gone, has been a serious, hard, bitter, red pill for the average normie to swallow that they can't ignore anymore. Okay, because now they're not going to be able to afford the latest iPhone if they lose their job, or they, you know what I'm saying? It's getting to that point where like, oh shit, I may not be able to pay my mortgage. I might not be able to, pay my car payment or my credit card or whatever. Unfortunately, for some people, they're still asleep. It's going to take the total economy to crash or the stock market to crash, because there goes your 401ks, and your 401ks are the only retirement that you have. When that gets wiped out, you have nothing left to reason for. You know what I mean? There's no reason to try and satiate yourself and say, "Oh, it's not that bad. I can survive." No, you can't. They've literally stripped you of everything that had any type of semblance of value or worth, and they put you down to your bare bones. Now, what are you going to do?
All right.
Some people are not going to wake up until they get locked in a cage. I
right.
tried to tell my friend the other day, I said, when they come to your doorstep and they try to, haul your ass off to a camp, I said, don't go. I said, because it's not what you think. It's not going to be a detention center. It's going to be a kill center. It's too late. You make your stand at your home. That's it. That's the finals draw right there. Because they're either going to starve you to death or they're going to jab you over there anyway. You know what I mean? Whatever the hell they're going to use to kill you, that's what they're going to do. At that point, they're not going to fuck around anymore. Right now, they're trying to
we're talking
us
about the
down mentally.
red pill, blue pill, green list. With the red, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
The
I know
green-
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, they're going to have checkpoints, and they're going to have red, green, and yellow. So basically, you're going to be friend, foe, or neutral. Yes.
Red is going to kill the green, and the other. All right, here. Do you want to get on a alternative fucking a backdoor network on Discord and whatnot? You want to have contacts here?
Yeah, we could probably figure that out offline, I guess.
Okay. I suppose we're not gonna do it online.
Not right now.
No, not right now. Do you know who successful matters is?
Yes, I've seen him in the chat, and yes, I know who you're talking about.
He has wrenches all over the planet, all over the goddamn manosphere, And
Okay.
Polska Bob
I
is drunk as hell.
yeah, I am drunk as hell. Who is that said that? Yes, I am. But that's how we make contacts around the fucking world. And yeah, I do need to get some sleep and I do need to make a fucking early delivery, but I'm still driving all over the goddamn country. But you know what? This is good conversation. I love meeting you guys and stuff like that. This is like the virtual, Green Dragon, if you understand that reference back in the
Yeah.
day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You know, that's the oldest tavern in the goddamn country, and
Yep.
how the fucking Revolutionary War started. And
Right.
we know that there has to be a goddamn Polish fucking Kazimierz Pulaski back in the day. Alright? So I will take that role as Polska Bob.
Okay.
All right. So it is late, but I'm still willing to be up late. I just got to take a piss. If you guys still want to talk, who else is left?
Yeah, I'm cool for a little bit longer. It's up to Cowboy and how he's feeling, because I know he was kind of fading there. So whatever you guys want to do, I could talk a little more.
No, Cowboy fucking.
No. I'm here. I just muted myself because I actually took a shower. I shit. I shaved. The second I heard Polska Bob talking, I knew I had a minute.
All right, give me a minute. All right. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do this tonight, because I've never done a live stream before. I've never joined. So I was just kind of messing around, trying to figure it out and everything. So I'm glad, and thank you, Cowboy, for the invite and the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Yeah, totally. If you can, do me a favor, talk solo for another minute or 2 minutes. I'm actually eating some soup right now.
Okay.
What's on your mind? You think we're just gonna fall into a civil war? Can we just vote our way out of this? Maybe that's an opportunity.
Well, I don't think vote our way out of it is an option anymore, because it's illegitimate. They've installed an illegitimate person in place. And so anything that this person does is illegitimate, and we have no recourse, at least that in that avenue. So we have to get organized. We have to, first of all, it starts at home. You got to prepare for yourself. You can't help your neighbor if you're not squared away yourself. So my advice, if anybody cares to listen, you don't have to listen to me. Do whatever you want to do, but it may save your life. It may save somebody else's, or it may help you get through this, because we are headed for some rough times. That doesn't mean everything's going to go kinetic right away or even for very long, but we are going to still have to survive by alternative means. What I mean by that is, you may have to forfeit your job for a while. So you're going to have food, you're going to have water, basic necessities, and a means of self-defense, whatever that means for you. If it's a baseball bat, so be it. If it's a shotgun, get it. I don't care. Just have something to protect yourself and your family and your property. You have a God-given right to protect yourself and your property, your loved ones. That needs to be your focus.
But we don't have a God-given right. Mark Zuckerberg says that we're animals, and there is no God. In fact, he's our God. That's what he says.
Have you seen Zuck the Cuck here lately? He looks more like an android than he does a human, so I wouldn't trust anything that comes out of its mouth. So that's just my opinion.
That's
No, see,
that's
that's what's
interesting.
got
Now
us
that you
in
would
this
say
mess,
that,
and I'm not here to.
I've sort of had ideas. Yeah, I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but I've sort of had ideas similar. Like, I'm getting right now where sometimes I see people on the news, or sometimes I see people on the television, and I actually wonder, is this a real person?
Yeah.
Did you see that recent video of like, I think it took place in Chicago. It was some like white woman, and she was talking. It was like Business Minute or something, business up to the minute, and it was like this white woman. I think she had like blonde hair, and her eyes were like really, really wide. It's like a 30-second video. Did you see that?
Hey, cowboy.
No.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
go
haven't seen
outside
it.
for a smoke break, so fuck off for 10 minutes. All right.
Of course you are.
I didn't see that, but I would equate it to the movie They Live. You know, you put
Right,
put
right.
the shades on, and then you can see who's human and who's alien. I think some of these people aren't real. They're
I mean, I'm
obviously-
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's a huge statement to make. I mean, can you qualify that? Can you add to that? I mean, do you really think that? Because at this point, I don't know that I think that, but I just think that we're approaching the stage where the technology exists where that you could start making that argument.
Well, I used to think it was crazy when I listened to David Icke talk about the reptilians, you know, and I thought that was way out there. Okay. But then when I've seen some videos where you see people shape shifting right on camera, so you could tell it wasn't any type of Hollywood trick or whatever. And then also looking at the eyes, a lot of these politicians, their eyes are really, you know, like solid black as coal. And to me, that harkens back to watching the damn X-Files, you know, the black oil.
I've seen that too.
Shit.
I swear to you. I swear, it's like I don't want to see it, but I've seen it. I swear to you, I feel like I think like I've looked at Joe Biden's eyes, and I've seen them where they're just. It doesn't look like it looks like I'm staring into like two black eyes. Have you seen this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So
you know, so you you know, just because you brought it up, you know, you brought up David Icke, so it really sounds like you've explored some of the vastness of what you could call like alternative thinking. Yeah, no, I have listened to David Icke extensively, and one of the things I find a lot of what he says to be interesting, you know, but a subject that I absolutely find fascinating is his talks about Saturn and the Saturn death cult. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes, I have. I used to follow Michael Tsarion, and he talked about that as well.
I love Michael Tsarion. I love Michael Tsarion. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Yeah, I've read several of his books. Michael Tsarion's very good. Yes.
Oh my God, it still works. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, unfortunately.
I just dropped my phone from like 2 stories.
Oh no.
All right, go ahead. Keep talking about David Icke.
Is that like a Polish a magic trick? You pull a rabbit out of a hat. You drop a phone from a second story window.
All right. You know what? Fuck you and your Mexican magic. All right.
I'm only half Mexican. Only half Mexican.
Oh my God.
Okay. Hey. So anyway, can you talk Will? So I mean, you brought up, you know, Michael Tsarion. You know, do you believe? Do you give any credence to this stuff? Because it sounds like you know, I don't have to go into an hour-long diatribe about we've got this guy and this is what he believes. You got Tsarion, that's what he believes. You know, Jordan Maxwell, David Icke, you know, Tsarion. sounds like you've done
Guys.
your homework. You believe in
Guys.
any of this?
I found
'Cause I'm
it.
starting to
Yeah,
believe
so I've been
two
awake
stories.
for 30 years now, and one of
And
the things that helped me wake up to what's going on is the movie and the book, of course, is 1984, which is brilliant, and also even Oliver Stone's JFK. You know, I knew about JFK because they taught us that stuff in school, but to watch the movie JFK and go to that level of detail, you know, helped wake me up to what's going on, you know, and then from there I springboard to other guys like you mentioned, Jordan Maxwell. Another good guy is Bill Cooper. I was into this stuff before even Alex Jones came around.
Sure. You know what? Let me just because you brought him up, let's talk for a minute, or let's talk for 2 minutes about Bill Cooper. In many ways, Bill Cooper was one of the very first truther type, red pill type pieces of literature I came across. Are you familiar with his book, Behold a Pale Horse?
Yes, I have a copy of it and I read it.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's sort of, I think, where a lot of MGTOW men either end up or you know, where they either they start there, they end up there, you know. It's a good starting point. It's a good starting point or ending point, even though that's an old piece of literature. You know, that book basically talks about how, you know, we kind of the same shit that we talk about. We live in a matrix. There's this whole world. There's like this, you know, the wool has been pulled over our eyes. There's a whole system put in place to sort of control us, and you know, there's levels to it. And you know, if you know his story, I think he ran like I can't remember the name of it. It was like a radio show. They eventually, I think, government agents showed up and shot him. Did you know that he was killed by government agents?
Yeah. So his show, which I used to listen to on shortwave, was called Hour of the Time.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And I think it was a couple of federal agents that went to serve a warrant or something. And he stood his ground and they took him out.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think he, you know, I don't know, if he gave up, he maybe would have lived, you know, but the idea is still the same, that like, you know, there's just this idea among common people that we should be free of the government's ability to just intrude in our lives. But the government, of course, they feel the exact opposite. And, you know, they tell us that we are to be, we need their protection, and they're here to protect us. But the second we don't necessarily do what they say, it appears to me that they have shown time and time again that they're typically the ones doing violence to us. Would you agree with that? Do you have something to add to that?
Yeah. So one of the first things that helped me understand was when somebody shared the point about who is the real enemy of the United States. So when we watch television, they tell us this country or that country, that's why we're going to war. Okay. For 9/11, it was Osama bin Laden. That's why we had to invade Afghanistan. And then shortly thereafter, we went into Iraq because allegedly Saddam Hussein was tied to 9/11 and weapons of mass destruction and all that bullshit. Thank you, Colin Powell. May you rest in peace. But you were full of shit when you were going before Congress.
It was a lie.
Yeah, exactly. And you know why we knew he had weapons? Because we fucking sold them to him.
Yeah, you know? Right, exactly. And we gave him all the weapons in the world.
Right.
We gave him all the world. We got pictures
of Donald Rumsfeld shaking the hands of Saddam Hussein. Yeah, right, exactly. So seeing stuff like that, and then hearing somebody tell me who the real enemy of the United States is, it's not some foreign power. It's us. And the reason why we're the enemy of the United States government is not because we align ourselves that way. It's because if you are a government and you intend to rule, anyone that could threaten your government, your rulership, is your enemy. And we're the only ones that can take power away from the government. So that's why we, by decree, are the enemies of the government.
Let me ask you a question. How do we stop this?
I think right now there's no way to stop it. We're on a collision course. I think enough. It's kind of like a runaway train. I wouldn't say it's necessarily picking up speed, but we've went past the side rails where we could have safely, brought the train to rest, an emergency brakes or something. We've passed all the switches. We're heading for the bridge that's out.
Okay. So the crazy train of female fuckery has no brakes.
Right.
Isn't that like some sort of rock song, Pulse Kebab?
Yeah, it is.
Going off the rails on a crazy train.
It's by Alice in Chains.
Oh, is it really?
Ozzy Osbourne.
No, it's by Alice in Chains. And
Ozzy. Just say it, Ozzy.
No, it's by Alice in Chains. And
the Railbenders do a version of Crazy Train as well. It's a country version. It's funny.
It doesn't matter. We cannot stop this from happening. All right.
No.
And I was talking about
we've been on this track for decades, and now we're past
TFM,
the point of no return.
And TFM has been saying this for a long time. All right.
You have
the crazy
I really like. I really like the way TFM puts it. TFM. There's one thing I always like to bring up when people bring him up is I really think
Cowboy.
Yeah.
Let me sum it up real quick. The crazy train of female fuckery has no brakes. We cannot stop this.
Well, I think that women are intrinsic. They are definitely part of what's going on. I just think that there's also other forces at work. I think it very much is like the ultra rich, the whatever, the Illuminati, the world elite. They're the ones kind of like moving. They're the ones fucking with us. But yeah, they're using female nature. Absolutely, no doubt. But I think it's them. Like it's them.
You know what? I kind of want to get back. I kind of want to get back to what you said earlier about this. Don't think I wasn't listening, because I was. And they're using feminism, to push this fucking agenda forward. And the bottom line is we cannot stop this now. And remember last time we had a couple of beers outside, and the guy you were talking about running with government, what we can't stop the laws anymore, and we cannot change it. It's inevitable. We have to let the train crash.
So, the way you put that is the way. Have you ever heard of MGTOW? Have you ever heard of MGTOW values? Either of you?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah, so that's basically what he says. He says this is so much larger than the average man or the average community. It's worldwide. It's structural. He compares it to a leviathan. He says there really isn't, don't get your gun.
I never said it. I compared it to a large sea beast. Why would you say that?
I didn't say that, Pulse Kebab. I was saying MGTOW values, another MGTOW content creator. He likens it to the biblical Leviathan, and he says that it is foolish to fight them. I don't get me wrong. So he advocates, get a shotty or get a pistol, protect your family, but don't try to overthrow the government. It's sort of, you just have to let it take its course, and it's going to crash itself. That's how he likens it.
Hey, Cowboy, I'm not trying to take the wind out of your sails, but there's nothing wrong with what you're saying, but
what?
Go ahead, talk.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that I think the people that run the world, they're going to try to form a one world government, but it's not going to work. The wheels are falling off. I don't think they're going to stop trying. I just think it's not going to work. And then I think that they're going to back people into a corner where you basically have no other option but to start openly resisting the government. That's what I think is going to happen. That's how I think it's going to. And then it's just going to explode, and either the average person is going to start becoming violent towards the government. It could be a government coup. Who knows? Who knows? I just think the economy is going to crash. That's what I think.
Okay,
Yeah, that's definitely going to happen. It's definitely going to crash. I don't know what form it's going to take, but it's definitely going to crash. I'm not a financial advisor, but if I had any money in the bank, I wouldn't have it in there. That's all I'm going to say, because I don't trust any of these people.
All right, so
because they're only out for them.
What do you
themselves.
think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? We're all going to break apart, and that's the only way it's going to go.
I think, like Cowboy was saying, that there's other forces at work that are ramping up the pressure. Okay. But at the end of it, though, we are still Americans. We're still individually mindset. What I mean by that is that we know what it means to be an American, and we're willing to fight for it. And
Okay,
we will do what is necessary to defend ourselves.
Okay,
And that's why the powers that be, the government, whatever you want to call them, deep state, they don't try to attack us front on a front. They try to draw us out. That's what that whole bullshit was about January 6th. They want to create some bullshit and then say, oh, look, you're all a bunch of insurrectionists, but not one of them had a fucking gun. Why did they walk? You know what I mean?
All right. Let me interject here. All right. Look at it from my perspective. All right. I'm not even an American citizen. All right. I'm an immigrant. I'm a Polish immigrant. I'm a goddamn fucking rebel, and I hate this government at all of it. And how do you think the rest of the people are going to feel about it? I'm going to fight this government all the way to Biden. If I can get to him, I'll ninja kill him.
Well, we need to be careful what we're saying.
Yes, obviously.
First of all, what I'm talking about is not inciting violence or trying to instigate or take over the government. What I'm trying to talk about is first and foremost defensive. Okay, protecting myself, my family, my property.
Yeah, right. At this point, I want to reiterate.
However,
I'm not.
There's going to be a total social breakdown. You're going to see it in the streets, okay? Because these people have been fucking eating Cheetos for the last 30 years, playing their video games and buying their new iPhones. And when they can't do that anymore, that's when the switch is going to be, turned off for them, and they're going to wake up. I hate to use the analogy again, but just like in They Live, when they turned off the transmission, and now these people wake up and they realize, holy shit, there's aliens everywhere, because now they can see them.
And they seen the broadcast.
Right, right. But see, right
I'm
now,
t-
so many people are under like a spell because they don't want to wake up. They'd rather believe the lie because the lie is comfortable to them.
It's easier.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what I've been describing is the lie is over. It's been over for decades. And the sooner that you realize that we are at war and conduct yourself accordingly and you prepare for it, that doesn't make it going to go away or it's going to be easier. That just means that you can survive it. We're in survival mode now. We're going to try and take our country back, and we're going to try and, fix what we can to get us back on track. But okay, let me put it this way. I know a lot of people want Trump back in, and so do I. That would be great. Okay, but that doesn't solve everything. That's only one part of the problem. We got to clean house and we got to start over. That doesn't mean I want to get rid of the Constitution. Hell no. We got to stay with the Constitution. But things need to change, okay? Because the problems that we see is social decay, and that starts right individually. People that are asleep or don't give a shit, don't care, they're apathetic because they were taught to be that way. It started in school, it started at home, okay? We need to realize that all life is precious. We need to respect life. We need to respect each other. Okay. It doesn't matter what race, color, creed, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're all brothers and sisters fighting the common enemy, which is these assholes trying to steal from us and jab us. Once we realize what the enemy is and what our problem is, then we need to just like our forefathers did, pull up your bootstraps and, go, start digging, start cleaning.
You know what you're basically saying is
enemy?
you,
Hold on a second, Bob.
Who
is the what is the
our
enemy?
leaders?
Who is
We
the enemy?
need to we need to shoot them all.
Bob.
Well,
I'll let you answer that question, cowboy.
Bob.
Put it
careful.
this way.
Please be careful. What you say on my stream, man.
I believe
they
in the
got
Sixth
algorithms
Amendment.
listening for language like that.
I believe in the Sixth Amendment. They have a right to due process. They will have a trial, and if it's found to be treason,
Back that up a second. Did you say the Sixth Amendment?
Yes, that's the right to due process.
Okay, and we give them the right to due process. And we also hold the 10th Amendment, and we have the right to, and not necessarily hang them in, whatever. So you believe in that process?
Yeah, I think the map, the guidance was laid out by our forefathers because they saw this shit coming before, and how they saw it is because they just fought it. It was fresh in their mind. So they knew if they wanted to put it down on paper to try and hold this off as long as possible, we're going to put all these rules in there to govern the government, which is the Bill of Rights and the Articles of Confederation.
Okay.
It puts constraints and limitations. It gives you the three branches of government for checks and balances. It also gives us, American jurisprudence, which was based on Black's Law Dictionary.
Our jurisprudence. That's like a Beatles song. All right. Where are you gonna launch your army from?
Oh God. Bob. Let me change the subject here. Will, would you mind talking a little bit more about like the Fortean subjects that we?
Are you still sober?
Yeah, man. I stopped drinking hours ago, man. Come on.
You drank like a bottle of champagne. I'm just gonna break your balls for a minute or stuff like that.
I drank one bottle of champagne. I'm 300 pounds, man. That barely lowered my blood pressure.
Dude, you're like 6'7".
No, I'm 5'10", and with my boots, I'm like 6 feet tall. With my cowboy hat, I'm like
cowboy hat. Seriously, you know what? You and I need to go start running before we go to the bar and start drinking.
Yeah, No, you're probably right about that. What I would say is, first off, you and me need to stop drinking.
Oh,
But,
fuck you about that.
there it is.
No, we
All right,
need to start running and drinking.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
So, Will, if I can pivot towards what you were saying, can you talk about like some of your highest, what you would call your highest levels of philosophical development? Do you see it as something like They Live? Do you think that there are aliens? Do you think that there could be robots, interdimensional beings? Or do you honestly think that maybe some of these problems that humanity faces are extraterrestrial in nature or something like that?
All right, hold on. Let me get a drink and a shot. Now, I'll be more than handle this question. Do I think that it's a flat Earth and we're run by fucking what do we call them? The 1%ers?
Oh no,
That-
I'm sorry. I was asking Will, not you, Polskabom.
Oh, fuck you then.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. Go grab a beer, man. What do you think, Will? I mean, you claim to have listened to you claim to have integrated people like Michael Tessarian. You brought up David Icke. I was mentioning I have listened to David Icke's Saturn Death Cult type lectures. My father is my entire family have connections, if you will, with the Jesuits. What do you think is going on? Who runs the world? How does it work? What do you think is going on?
All right, just to give you a brief history in my education. So, like most people, I was raised in a Christian household. I walked away from it. I thought it was a bunch of hogwash, and I couldn't believe in all the stories. Okay. However, as I got older, I got married,
As
had
you
a
got
kid.
older, you started seeing it, didn't you? Me too.
Yes. So what I'm getting back to is it's a spiritual warfare on one level. Okay. So some of these are demonic forces. And I think some of these leaders that we see in power, which is why they don't look human, is because they're demonically possessed. And that's why they do things that are against human nature, and they're against anything logical. Anybody that would have empathy or sympathy for their fellow man, they can make those kind of decisions because they're not in control of themselves. It's a demonic force. Then on another level, yes, I think there are higher technologies. We've have been working with Skunk Works and the military industrial complex to develop all kinds of weapon systems and advanced technologies. What you see today, they've got shit that's 20, 30 years ahead of where we're at right now.
Right, that's what I think. I think they had the smartphone back in the 70s.
Yes, yeah, I could believe that. Yes.
The stuff you'd see, what's his name, 007, or what's his name, I'm sorry, what's the name of the fictional character that plays 007? James Bond.
James Bond, okay.
Yeah. When you would watch James Bond, he's basically on a smartphone. You remember Dick Tracy? Dick Tracy had the fictional character Dick Tracy in the cartoons. He basically had a smartphone on his watch.
Right. Just like an Apple Watch or a Samsung Watch. Right.
Yeah. He basically had an Apple Watch. And that's back in the 50s. I mean,
right.
I don't know. It just seems like they say Steve Jobs created the smartphone. What if the CIA had the smartphone 10 years before we did? I tend to think, in my conspiratorial mind, that stuff like that's possible.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you look at the internet, it wasn't called the internet; it was the DARPA net, and DARPA refers to DARPA was the Defense Advanced Research Project something administration or whatever, and that basically linked up all the Ivy League schools,
Military.
the high tech schools, yeah, for military projects and military experiments. So they've gone in every field. So from biology, chemistry, engineering fields, as well as some of the psychokinesis fields. You know, that's where remote viewing came from. Stanford Research Project.
I was
You
just about to
probably
say,
heard of that.
do you believe in any of that? Do you believe in telekinesis?
Yes, yes. In remote viewing, it's very possible because here again, you know, we're spiritual beings. We have a soul and we connect. So we connect just like, you know, you have friends in Facebook and you guys can IM each other and post comments and all that kind of stuff. It's a network, right? Well, we already had that as humans. Okay. They're called souls. That's how we can sense things. Animals can sense stuff. You know, when you ever have an experience where you're thinking about somebody and 5 minutes later they call you, well, that's because we're all interconnected. It's a spiritual thing.
Okay. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I guess I actually do agree with you. I just so for example, you just brought up animals. You think animals have souls as well?
I think they do to an extent, not fully developed like ours, but I think animals have personalities. Um, so I've witnessed it. When I was married to my ex-wife, we had a few pets, and I'm, you know, I'm not a cat person, but cats always seem to gravitate towards me, and that's what we had. You know what I mean? So it's like I wouldn't even try, but cats are like real sensitive, and they can sense your emotion, and they can also sense your personality. And if you're not a threat, then they'll gravitate towards you. And so, yeah, I've had that experience with animals.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of things. I thought I remember learning from Egyptian mythology that cats supposedly can decipher or they can see demonic forces, where you may not be able to see a demonically possessed person. Supposedly, a cat can.
Okay.
You remember, right? It's just who knows if that's true. I remember. You remember the movie Terminator? I thought I remember in the movie Terminator. I can't remember if it was the first, or the second one. It doesn't matter. There was a scene where you have a group of huddled citizens, and they're obviously fighting off these machines. And there's a scene where only the dog could sense, or the dog was the first creature who could sense that the Terminator was not human, and it started becoming very angry and bothered by the character. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger, the character that played the Terminator. So I mean, I've heard all kinds of things. Now I'm hearing that it's a proven fact that there are types of dogs. We have dogs now that can smell cancer. Have you heard this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, how is it that you can have cancer and we don't know, but you go in front of a dog and the dog can smell or sniff the cancer? I mean, how is that possible?
Right.
But they say it is. They say it's totally true. Apparently, it's proven. It's also slightly changing the subject again. Were you aware that apparently honeybees can see colors that we cannot see, and that's also proven. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of that.
Yes, we have proven through science that there are colors that exist that we cannot see in the visible band, the visible band of light.
Yeah, the spectrum. The light spectrum. Yep.
There you go, not band, spectrum. In the visible spectrum that humans can see, But there's more than that, and we know that for a fact now. And we have used bees to, using like it's like the apophatic method. We've used science to figure out that there are colors that we cannot see. And we have done that using bees. So I mean, the point I'm trying to make is I think that there are all kinds of things out there that we cannot necessarily see, but they're there. And so, as time goes on, I actually find that I think that we can reconcile religiosity or spirituality with science, if you will. So, I find it. I think it's silly that there are some people who say like, no, 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 there's no God, no, 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 there's no spirituality. It's all science. I see it. I see it differently. I think that maybe there is. We can use science to actually to. Am I making any sense? You understand?
No, I see where you're headed. We can actually use science to prove that there is an existence of
There you go.
a spiritual and also the existence of God. Yeah, I can see that, because if you look back to the 1800s when Marx and Darwin were coming up, that's what they used, was the 1-2 punch to convince people that, for one, God is dead and that we're nothing but animals. That's basically synopsing the two theories. Okay. So.
Yeah, I was just having a conversation last week with what's his name? Have you ever heard of Knowledge is Power?
Is he a channel or?
Yes, sir. His name is Thomas Lundy. He's a MGTOW guy, and his channel is Knowledge is Power. I was just on his channel. We had a chat, and then also a couple of days later, he made a video specifically mentioning what you just mentioned right now. He was saying that, according to his belief or what he thinks, he surmises that the devil himself, Lucifer, personally coached Karl Marx and what's his name, Darwin.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that's a very far out theory. I don't believe that he has any evidence or scientific evidence to buttress that, but he was basically saying the same thing. Like, what they're talking about is a total lie. Darwin was totally lying, and that Darwin was personally coached by the devil himself to come up with these ideas of evolution, so as to throw off, humanity, and to try to inculcate with it, to try to implant or inculcate in the human mind that we're just animals.
Yeah, there was a book that came out a few years ago called The Devil and Karl Marx, I believe. And that is some of the arguments that the author makes in that book, that basically Karl Marx was, first and foremost, was a Luciferian. He was an atheist, but they used atheism as a cover. Because most of communism tries to take the place of God, So
Sure,
they're saying completely. That Marx is atheist, so the only true God is government, which is why government can then dictate who lives, who dies, and what are the rules of society. Yeah.
There you go. I totally agree. I totally follow you. That's what I see now. I see the governments rising up, and that's what they're saying. I think that they're, I have this terribly fearful. I have this idea that, yeah, right. I mean, separating, government from Luciferianism for a second, but we can get right back to that. Yeah, exactly what you just said. I have this idea. I have this observation that it seems that government increasingly is deciding exactly that: who gets to live, who gets to die, who gets the resources. And I just see this constant, steady encroachment by government, and I'm just waiting, hoping, desiring that there'll be a pushback. But I don't see any pushback on the horizon until things get much worse. Now you just brought up, you just introduced the idea, the concept of Luciferianism. Can you talk about that for a minute? Do you believe in any of that stuff? At the very least, do you believe that it exists? You know.
Yeah, it's
You have anything
real.
to
So
say
there's a
about the
difference
Jesuits,
between
the,
Lucifer
the,
and Satan. Okay, Satan is
the
actually
Freemasons?
like a philosophy, where Luciferianism is a religion, and they believe that the devil, Lucifer, is what his real name, the fallen angel, as we know from the Bible. They say that it was actually Lucifer that was helping mankind by giving that fruit to Eve, because God is actually evil and Lucifer is good. And he's the light bearer. He's the one that brings you knowledge and power and freedom. So these people who are against God and believe that God is evil worship Lucifer, and then they don't realize the sacrifices that they have to make, literally and figuratively, to appease their God, small g, Lucifer. This is where some of that child trafficking comes in, and all. I mean, you could talk about abortion and everything else, and basically they're sacrificing those children to Baal, because that's what goes right back to the Bible. It's Baal worship. So
Okay. What are your thoughts on Freemasonry? Can you talk about Freemasonry for a second?
I discovered that by listening to Bill Cooper and another guy called Stuart Crane, and you can find his stuff on YouTube as well. He basically broke it down, explaining the tenets of Freemasonry. It started out as a brotherhood or a group that was trying to elevate man's understanding. And I think there's a lot of similarities to the belief system in Luciferianism. You'll see it also reflected in Freemasonry. Now, the average person that goes to the lodge who's not advanced won't know any of this stuff, because you advance by degree. So they're not going to let the initiate know everything, because you have to first trust and then ask to become a member and so on and work your way up. It's only after you've been in the club for a while and you've advanced, I think, 33rd degree, and you're a trusted member, that's when you start to learn all the secrets and the real truth and story behind Freemasonry.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a character? Have you ever heard of a gentleman by the name of Mark Passio?
Yes, I'm a big fan of Mark Passio. Love me some Passio.
Okay. Yeah. No, I like Mark as well. So then you're familiar. So he talks about Freemasonry. He says that Freemasonry is evil. He says that at their core, although they don't openly espouse this, they don't openly and publicly espouse this. He just gets right to the point. He says they worship Lucifer. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah. And again, the initiate's not going to learn that. That's something that's
right. Well, that he talks
right.
about it at length.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically saying you're mirroring exactly what he says. He says the average initiate has no advanced knowledge of these things, and I think he calls it the blue lodges, the first three steps, or the first 3 degrees, and most people stay in those degrees. But that essentially the Masons, in a way, is like one big testing ground. It's a vetting system where they vet the thousands and thousands of people that come in, and they search out, they seek out primary and secondary narcissists and sociopaths, and the people that they find who are the best sociopaths, they elevate them on purpose. And these people become mayors and representatives and senators, and they go on to have very illustrious lives. But essentially, the whole organization is like this massive It's a massive vetting system. It's a massive what's it called? A strainer. It's a way.
Right.
It's a way
A
to
filter.
weed out. Yeah. So it's basically used to build. The new world order. It's a control and command type system. An
Right.
authoritarian
It's
type.
it's a pyramidal organization.
Yeah. There you go.
Some people also refer to it like a Ponzi scheme. So if you get in at the ground floor and you do well and work your way up, you'll get a bigger piece of the pie, or in this case, you get more knowledge, more information, which then translates to power. Yes.
So, I mean, in the final analysis, I mean, so are we just stuck, do you think, in like a slave system, and we're all just, we're all just meant to be slaves, and that's how it's going to be? And is there any way out of this? Can we evolve as a species to get out of this? Even if we were to fight, even if a war or a civil insurrection were to be initiated and even won, would we just fall back into it in another 200 years? I mean, are we
Yeah.
just bound
Well,
to be slaves?
I don't know
as a-
if you've
as a
seen the
race?
picture before, but there's a clock, and it talks about the freedom, and it starts off after a revolution. Then there's freedom, and then and then as you move around the dial of the clock, there's various degrees of debt and slavery. Okay, till you get to the point where you're up where I think we're at right now. I think we're like a minute before midnight, before the revolution starts again. But up to 2 minutes before midnight, basically, is how the clock is usually, with the hands on the clock is usually how it looks. Where people have a choice to make. Are you gonna live as slaves all your life, or are you gonna want to get your freedom back? And I think that's where we're at. We're at that crossroad in American history. I don't know how well you know your history, but there was 3 prophecies that George Washington had shared, because he used to, of course, he led the Continental Army and then was our first president. But he used to pray a lot, and I guess an angel of the Lord came to George Washington and he gave him 3 separate prophecies. And I think right now we're living through that 3rd prophecy where it's going to be close. It's going to be touch and go, but we will survive it. And it's actually good. These are the best of times and the worst of times at the same time. Right now we're living in difficult, stressful, bad times that's going to affect our livelihood, our near future, affect our families, our health, you name it. Every aspect of our life is being affected right now. However, we're also relearning what does it mean to be an American, and what does that Constitution say? What does it mean to you? What is it all about? Why did those forefathers put those words to paper over 200 years ago?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. I just, oh boy. We're going to have to, I think we're going to have to relearn all this, because I think so many people have forgotten. So many people have become debauched. Pleasure, not pleasure, abundance and prosperity has fundamentally changed the value system of the average American. And I think, yeah, like you say, we're going to go into some hard times, and we're going to have to relearn some of these lessons.
Right.
So-
Right. And I don't want to come across as some type of religious nut, okay? Because
No, neither am I. Yeah, right.
However-
I bet you don't even go to church every week, do you?
no, I don't. No, I have
Right,
I have
yeah.
a Bible and I pray, and that's about the extent of it. But I understand where I'm at, you know what I mean, as far as in this whole big situation that we're all in right now. I understand who I am, who I have to answer to. Okay? I'm talking about the Lord above, whoever he is to you, whatever, okay? I have responsibilities. Okay? Not only to answer to him, because we're all going to have judgment day. I also have to look at my son in the eye when he asked Dad, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stand up for freedom? Why didn't you do the right thing? I'd have to answer to him, say, son, I didn't think it was that important. See, but I know different. I know that is important because I'm fighting not only for him, but for my grandkids when he does, have children. Because that's really
Sure.
what this is all about. All this other shit, and I don't want to come across as being anti-technology. Okay, I have, a few different vehicles. I have a motorcycle. I have computers. I have all the gadgets that everybody else has. I have tons of music and CDs and DVDs and Blu-rays and all the other fun stuff that we all have as part of our life, that we enjoy, okay, and doing stuff and hobbies. Okay. So I'm not anti-technology, but I understand anything that is not put in its proper priority or value in your life. If you just live for video games and that's the only thing that you do and that's all you care about, well, that's going to affect your value decision making later when somebody comes to take your rights away. We're like, well, it's okay, it's fine, as long as he doesn't take my Xbox. Motherfucker, he's going to take your Xbox. Don't you understand? He's taking this now, but he's coming for your Xbox later. So
Yeah,
that's
sure,
that's what I'm trying
sure.
to do. I'm
Did
trying to wake up everybody. So everybody
There,
that I talk to, I
there
try
was
to
a
wake them
law.
up.
There was a law in China. Did you? I'm sorry, Will. Are you aware that the government of China just passed a law saying that what is it? If you're under 18 years old, you can only play video games for a maximum of 3 hours a week now. Did you hear about that? Brand new law.
No, I didn't hear that.
Oh yeah. Oh, look it up. Look at it. China
Okay.
just passed a law. No more than you cannot. I'll just say it again. If you're under the age of 18, you cannot play more than 3 hours a week of video game. Brand new law just came on the books a couple of days ago.
Okay.
So yeah, apparently you're right. They are coming for your Xbox.
Well, see, that's just everything in moderation. You know what I mean? So I'm not against video games. You know what I mean? I don't own any game systems myself because I'm an old fart anyway. But my kid, he's got all that stuff, and I would never take that away from him. However, everything in moderation. You just have to live responsibly, and it's not the damn government's responsibility to tell your kid only 3 hours a week. That's your job as a parent, to tell your kid only 3 hours a week. Now, is 3 hours excessive? Yeah, but that's to get him weaned off. And then later on, if he behaves himself, you can increase or whatever you want to do as a parent. But I'm just saying the parents need to step up and start parenting. They need to
Sure,
take control of their kids' education. They need to take control of rearing their kids and guiding them on the path that they should be, so they can be responsible, productive adults. So then when they have kids and so on and so forth, we've gotten away from that. Again, not everybody has to believe or think the way that I do. I'm not up there as a dictator or a potentate or a pope or whatever saying you thus saith and you must believe this or that. What I'm saying is this is what I found and this is what I understand. And I've seen that our country has gotten so far off the track. And how do we get off the track? Because right off the bat, we don't know who we are. We don't know who we answer to. We've got people that are, 50 years old like me that are running around and they're like 50 going on 15 because they're fucking kids mentally. They never grew up. Now you need to grow up because now we ain't got no damn time. They're getting ready to kill all of us if you don't stop and wake up. You know what I mean? You'll be grateful. You know what I mean? If it's just them coming for your Xbox. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, no, it's scary. It's scary. In the recesses of my mind, sometimes I think, I ask myself, Joe, are you crazy? This can't be. I mean, they're not actually trying to inject, chemicals in my body. This can't, I mean, it's happened before more than once where like, I'll just wake up in the morning and it's just like, oh my God, a wave of despair comes over me. It's like, oh my God, this is real. There are definitely people that want to take away my rights. They want to force me to do things that I don't want to do.
they want to force me to do things that are potentially dangerous, damaging to my health. And
Yeah.
even when you can document it, you know, we live in an age of instantaneous communication, and everyone's got a phone, everyone's got a camera on their phone, and you know, I'm seeing people, you know, having negative reactions. I just spoke with my father. I spoke with my father 7 hours ago, and he was telling me the same thing. He got the shot and the booster, and the first shot was okay. It wasn't great, but the second shot was terrible, and he was sick for days, and he was violently sick. And yeah, I was interviewing this Indian gentleman from Uttar Pradesh, from Delhi, basically the capital, Delhi.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he's telling me, you know, I'm just, you know, it doesn't sound good, man. It doesn't sound good. I don't know. Some days I feel strong. Some days I feel weak, and I say, my God, you know, we're gonna lose. You know, no one will stand up. So,
Well,
I don't know.
First of all, you can't be responsible for what other people do or say. Okay, so there's plenty of friends of mine that I know have taken the jab. Okay, and I've already talked to them before they did it, and they went ahead and did it anyway. Some friends, I didn't get a chance to talk to them, and they did it. And everybody's doing it for other reasons. Some people are doing it because they perceive a real medical emergency. I don't believe it, but they believed it. Okay. Other people are doing it because they want to provide for their family. They're afraid that if this thing is real, that maybe I should get it just as a precaution, and I can still work and I can still provide and protect my family. I totally get it. And I respect everybody's decision. Okay. They have a right to do that. They have a right to put what they want to put in their body. Even though I don't agree with it, it's their right. Just as much as I have the same equal right not to put it in my body. However, we have a corrupt government, we have a corrupt media, and corrupt medical system that is working in collusion to control the information, the narrative, and then make it seem like I'm a terrorist because I don't want to put some fucking Franken juice in my body. I'm sorry. Okay. So that's where we're at now. This is what we understand. This is reality. This isn't a joke. This isn't fantasy land. This is real. Okay. It's come to this. And for some people, this is their line in the sand, like myself. This is it. Okay. Because I've put up with a lot of shit over my 30 plus years of working, you know, having a job, being a productive person in society. And some jobs, you know, had more rules attached. You know, even for the 4 years that I was in the service, I had to play by their rules. Okay. So I get it. I understand. If I have a job there, I got to play by those rules. But again, I still have a choice. See what I'm saying? I signed a contract with the government to be in the military. I had a choice. Okay. And then while I was there, I was under contract. But now I'm not under contract anymore. I'm a citizen. I'm an individual. And I have a choice to make. If I want to play by those rules, I can. If I don't have to. And that's what drives these tyrannical pieces of shit crazy, because we will not obey. That's all. It's not about our health, bro. It's not about even the damn jab. They don't give a fuck. That's why there's, 3 or 4 different varieties you can pick, and then you got to have all these damn boosters. It doesn't matter. Sure. Now they're telling you can mix the boosters, which doesn't make any sense. So it's not about our health. They don't give 2 fucking shits about us. They want to fucking kill us. That's all that matters.
And why do you think they want to kill us? Overpopulation. They just want the earth for themselves.
Well, and their pea brain, because they worship Lucifer, and their pea brain, they think that they need to kill off 7 billion people and get us down to 500 million. You know how I know that? Because the fuckers etched it into stone down there in Georgia, called the Georgia Guidestones.
Georgia Guidestones. Sure.
That isn't me saying that. That's them saying that. And I think they're serious if they're going to fucking chisel it into stone. This wasn't scrawled on a bathroom wall as graffiti. This was
right. No, I'm telling you, these people. This is why I say they. They're telling us what their plans are. They're actually making fun of us as they go along.
they're burlesquing us the whole time. You know, so you brought up the Georgia Guidestones. I think the Georgia Guidestones are a perfect example. You know, what is it? The Georgia Guidestones are, what is it, 4, 5, 6? Is it 6, 4, 5? I think it's 6.
Yeah,
Six
I think it's 6 stones. Yeah.
And what is it? There's like a hole in the middle that lines up perfectly with the North Star, and like,
Yep.
you know, it's rather bizarre. It's
Right.
in like 4, or I can't remember how many major languages it's in, and yeah, no, I mean when you read it, it basically says, you know, we want to force the Earth's population down to a supportable level. World government, you know, it some of it almost sounds nice, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, we're gonna live in perpetuity with nature. Oh, that sounds nice, but that's just another way of saying they're gonna, you know, force population control.
Right.
They say, you know, we're gonna temper. What was it? We're gonna temper science with reason. So they're gonna have, you know, basically one world government. They're gonna kill us off. They're gonna take away our rights. No private property rights. No gun rights. You know. But you know, they try to spin it as nicely as possible. But basically, it means we're all going to have a lower standard of living. The government can kill. The government is literally going to openly start saying, "We decide if you get to live." And you know, one way of burlesquing us is to mock us and say, you know, you guys have to take shots now. You have to. There is no exemption. You can't say no. A slave can't say no. That's what this is about.
Right.
So I guess I'll leave it at that. I'm so sorry. I'm starting to get tired. But it was a pleasure speaking with you. I don't know
Yeah,
what you're doing
same
next
here.
month, man. Next month, if you want to you know, meet up, talk again, I would highly enjoy it.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
just
I'll
starting to
look for
poop
it.
out. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. You're an hour ahead of me too, and it's
Oh
been a
yeah,
long
there's that
night for
too.
everybody. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
And I
yeah.
enjoyed
All
talking
right.
to
Well,
you. So
yeah, no, it was a pleasure. I'm not. I don't want to. You know, I don't want to lessen anyone else's contribution, but yeah, you seem very well read. You definitely seem like you're on the level. So yeah, I'm probably going to ask you to come on again sometime in the future.
okay.
I don't know what you're doing, but yeah, in a month or two or something, maybe I can try to lure you back in, and we could talk more.
Okay, sounds good. I'll take you up on it.
All right. Well, listen. Let me let you go. I'm sort of fading. I'm sort of fading out. So let me let you go. And again, have a good rest of your night, Will.
Okay, you too. You guys be safe and take care, and we'll
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
soon.
yeah. Peace out, bro. And don't get that jab. You know, it's the clot shot. It's you know what I'm talking about. Don't be doing that now.
Right. I'm with you. All right. Talk to you later.
All right,
Bye.
boys. Take care, everyone. This is the end of the stream. Will Cruz, thank you very much. Polska Bob, what was it? I can't remember. SGT, the Indian gentleman, thank you very much. And then Bushmaster, thank you very much. You were all very, very welcome. It was a lot of fun. I didn't think it would go this long, but it did. And it appears Polska Bob. Are you still there, Polska Bob? Or I'm guessing you passed out. You passed out, Polska Bob? Yeah, Polska Bob. He's passed out. The alcohol has run its course. All right, guys. That's it, man. I'm tired. Gone over 6 hours. I will see you guys later. And peace out. End transmission.